It was in 1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. 2 years after John Brown was hanged, Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's Body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. Eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet artist and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel could turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing, folks? Hello, Ashley. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, that one American. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Erica. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. Hello, Spherical Man. Hello, Red Dawn. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Aska. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Canna Bob Rex. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Rex Parka, thank you for gifting a sub to Erica over on the YouTube Twitch chat. And also, shout out to Holly Hoops. Thank you for getting yourself a sub prior to stream even starting. Hello, Dithron. Also, hello, Holly Hoops. Hello. How we doing, Jazz Dog? The jazziest dog I know. Hello, Rex Parka. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Jess. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Penny Ann T. Hello, Travis T. Hello, one and all. How we doing? Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Hello, Iotagod.
Less than three, hello.
Thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Yo, Profane Priestess, you're moving out of your red state. Got a job lined up and everything. That is wonderful news. I was thinking about trying to use this sound drop, but I don't want to be offensive.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
I'm very proud that you're getting out of your red state. Well done. Hello, Porpoise Queen. Hello, how we all doing? As much as I love your sense of fashion when you decide to get dressed up for us, I also love that you come on stream looking all hecka comfy. I thought it'd be nice to change things up a little bit. Also, I feel like this is cool. Like, it's kind of like a crop sweater situation. And it's also just real cozy. I did say that we were going to do a collab with Surus today. Sorry, I've had a day. It's been very difficult, and we're not doing the collab today. I believe we're gonna reschedule for sometime next week. Sorry, I know some of you were really looking forward to that. Apologies. That is on me entirely. Do I want to talk about it? Not particularly. Moving in with my partner and his husband. We're poly. Hell yeah. I really think that line from Alt Hist is hella wholesome out of context. It kind of is, right?
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
And it does remind me, as you do periodically, Banana Brains, I do still want us to do like a community horse drawing situation. I think that'll be fun. I don't think we'll have much organization to it whatsoever, but I would like to, after I move, to have some like light content to ease back into streaming after a little bit of a break. Maybe we'll do our mental horses. I think that'd be fun. For those of you that don't know, it can be really, really fun to draw your inner mind horse. Yeah, we'll have a mind horse festival. What's horse drawing? It is it is just, I'm gonna tell you guys that you need to draw the horse that is in your mind. When you imagine what a horse looks like, you got to do your best to draw that horse without looking at a reference for what a horse looks like, just based on your like mental schema, and we'll see what comes out of it. I think it'd be fun. Within you are two horses. Horse drawing / pretty derby stream, maybe. Equine phantasm. Yeah, like, what if we have aphantasia? I mean, then, you know, just do your best. I think it's interesting to like think about you know, how you would tackle that problem. I tried this accidentally with someone. I think it would be
My
I think
mental
it'll be
horse
fun.
is Dill Dog.
We'll also have a dill dog submission contest. I can't believe Scott Adams almost named Dogbert Dill Dog. I'm never gonna be
In
over
many
that.
ways, what I felt is like a 7-layer dip. The first layer is funny. The last layer has been left out the refrigerator too long and is more than a little likely to make you sick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What if alt his do be like that? Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. Knifeiest Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, absolute, yeah, of course, anyone can follow me on Blue Sky. Happy to improve your feed. Where do we submit them? We'll like probably the art channel on the Discord. We'll just go through them together as a stream. I think it'd be fun. Maybe I'll do like a hand drawn mind horse, and I'll do a Microsoft Paint mind horse when we actually do the segment. I think that'd be fun. It's absolutely not going to be particularly, it's not a segment that's going to do numbers on the channel, but you know, I think it'll be fun. My girlfriend broke up with me tonight. Heartbroken, to say the least. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Irish Witch Hazel. But it is good that you are aware of, you know, how to cope appropriately. Some people don't think about that and just immediately go to what the worst methods of coping would be. Hello, Shakespeare. I'll reply to the original submissions in the art channel so you'll be able to find them easily. Thank you, Banana Brains. Yes, some of you did mind horses a couple months ago, and then we never wound up getting into doing that on stream because the world. Jesus Christ.
Is there more breeder reactor content? Powered by the milk of human kindness?
Oh,
Milkman.
you guys are having too much fun with the recent stream memes. Fuck. Samus, thank you for the $5 dono. This is what I do. You know, it's so difficult to explain to people in my life what I do. You know, sometimes I'm like, I do a politics show. You know, I talk about politics. I help organize people. And sometimes it's me sitting in front of a camera just chuckling like mad because you guys keep talking about milkmen. If anyone I know in real life comes and watches my stream, do you have any idea the amount of mental whiplash we do here? It's difficult to encapsulate. Yes, some high octane milk. Oh god. When should we submit them? It's gonna be a surprise mind horse stream, but it'll probably be after I move. But you guys, it's a surprise mind horse stream. You have to draw the mind horse live. Okay? Except the people who drew them live previously. We'll take a look at yours as well. Milk horse when? You know, you can be the milk horse of your own story if you put your mind to it. Your stream is equal parts political organizing and shit posting. It really is. It's you know, I try to take it really seriously, but I also just you guys distract me nonstop. It's nuts. No drawing a dead mind horse? Well, I'd prefer if the mind horses were alive and thriving.
Chat heard Jack talk about submitting and got very active. Just saying. BWA?
Knifeiest Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. If someone submits an AI horse, is that a lifelong ban? Yes. It really defeats the purpose if it's an AI generated horse. I am Chaos Goblin. I refuse to be serious. You can't beat a dead mind horse. Jesus Christ. What if we end up doing a Greylock, like all the abominable horses become tulpas? God, you guys know they're making another they're like fundraising right now to make a new Greylock series. I'm so excited. The Greylock tapes was the scariest I've ever seen a skeleton be in like a piece of media. Because skeletons, you know, like conceptually, I feel like skeletons should be like animated skeletons should be a lot scarier than I think a lot of people. And I think it's because of like the animated short that came out with the dancing skeletons. They're just not. They're people don't think of them as scary, but like it would genuinely be horrifying if you saw an animated skeleton. And the Greylock tapes is literally the only piece of media where I've been like, that encapsulates how fucking freaky it would be to see a skeleton while mobile, you know? Hello, Bop and Wop. Wait, what is Greylock? The Greylock tapes. It's a really, really cool analog horror that got posted online like a year or two ago. We went over it. I think it's in a playlist. Have I done a Shelter 54 stream? No. A couple of weeks ago, I got to pet a rare Ojibwe spirit horse. Wait, what is that? Well, I'm intrigued. There are only 200 of them left? Is it on YouTube? Yes, the Greylock tapes are on YouTube. Here, I'll get you guys a link. It's maybe one of my favorite analog horror series, just as an FYI. Here you go. Here's the playlist. Just link them in all the chats to be good and cover the bases. Yes, Salmon Moose. I'm so excited to like play that on stream. I think it'll be really, really fun. Also, video game skeletons are weirdly bulky instead of looking more sickly. Yeah, it's true. They're like puffy. Like the bones are puffy. Hello, Graves Underground. Hello, Amber Brains. Always found the stop motion like Army of Darkness and Voyage of Sinbad much scarier than most renditions. Yeah, and like I think it's because they move in like such a stilted way that like it fits it fits with how you feel like a skeleton should move. And like I don't know, I think it'd be really great to kind of recapture that type of movement in some kind of horror vehicle. Hey, shoot bang. Skeletons always come off as spooky but not scary, and there's a difference. There is a difference. It's true. I wonder if I can, like... Was it this one? No, I don't think that was it. Which one is it? Is it this one? God, I really do want to just dive into this series again. It's so good. Fuck, which one has the skeleton?
Accessing G.
God, it's so fucking... Oh, God. Sorry. Easily distractible. Ojibwe spirit horses are a semi-feral breed of horse native to North America. The last 8, I think, got smuggled across the border into the US to start breeding when Canada wanted to destroy them. Wait, Canada wanted to destroy the horses? That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. This one? No.
Authorities continue.
I thought it was this one with the here.
Just keep going.
The Greylock tapes are so fucking good.
Stay focused. There must be something.
I'm trying.
You need to keep feeling our way out, Charlotte. Don't let anything distract you. Great job, Charlotte.
Okay, I'm out and the door's locked.
Okay, very good, Charlotte. You're doing great. I need you to tell me what room you're in so I can inform the officer. Are you able to see now, even just a little?
Yeah, I can't see anything, no. It makes no sense. Nothing is making sense. I have no clue where I am. It's so dark. I can't tell if it's really this dark or if I'm blind.
Breathe, Charlotte. Breathe. You need to try and stay as calm as you possibly can. Listen, if it's that dark, whatever's in there probably can't see you either, okay? So it's important that we stay very quiet until the police arrive. Very quiet.
Okay.
Okay, good. Stay right where you are. Keep your back against the wall. All right, the officer's just down the road right now. You're going to be okay. Now listen, I'm going to stop talking so we can be completely quiet. But no, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere until you're safe.
Thank you.
It's such a good series. And like the animation is really nice and subtle. Like just little things.
Oh my God, it's like they're fucking dead, but they're not.
What the fuck?
A fucking freaky ass skeleton on 1992 security cameras. What is this? I don't know. I think it's fun. It's the Greylock tapes. Anyway, I linked it all in chat. Go check it out. But you know what I mean? Like, you guys see what I mean, right? Like, this is a skeleton that, like, is freaky as fuck. I don't know. Go watch it. It's great. It's evil Jack Skellington, indeed. Also, just the basic premise is around how, like, your subconscious can be weaponized to basically connect to other universes, and there are other things in those universes that want to come here. And it's not great. The main lesson of the Greylock tapes: don't do that. Do not invent the torture, device. I'm scared of skeletons, so this is terrifying to me. Hell yeah. That's exactly. That was the point. Spooky, scary skeletons. You could even say it sends shivers down your spine. Indeed. All right. Thank you, Rob Adler. I did mean Torment Nexus. You guys ready? We have some primo shit posting from Republicans to talk about today, and I, for one, am really excited to dive into it. Are you guys ready? We're doing our we're diving in to our very own Torment Nexus. If it has been thrust upon us by the wealthy elites of our society, then we must dive into the Torment Nexus, figure out what makes it tick, and break it. You know? There's no way that what we just watched is going to be scarier than anything that Jack is going to pull up from the GOP. That's true, Orion's End, and that's why I like horror movies. Literally horror movie, like scary stuff, horror, like it pales in comparison to the actual real horrors of the world, and I think that's nice. It's a little cathartic to watch, an alternate reality where someone has to deal with acid-blooded aliens, and I'm like, ha, I don't have to deal with that. I guess I'm doing all right. Okay, I'm a little off my game today. I think you guys can tell, but we're gonna do our best. I have been all right. All my cards on the table here. I have been fascinated with doing this segment for like the last week, and I just really want to dive into it because I think it is going to be genuinely some of the most unhinged shit we've seen. And
this is just too surreal for me.
So let's dive into it, shall we? So, folks, as many of you may have come to realize over the months and years of watching conservative propaganda, they're really weird about women, like super weird about women. And, well, one of the weirdest ones about women revolve around how people at, say, the Daily Wire view women. And I thought, hey, let's check in with that Michael Knowles character, that scallywag, and we'll see,
Yes, Daddy.
That's the guy. We'll see what he has to say about women. Because I was on I was on his channel the other day looking at like, hey, we haven't talked about this guy in a hot minute. He has a video up titled Trad Wife Fight, Fiery Debate with Michael Knowles. And it's him talking to 3 women who I believe are trad wife influencers and trying to argue with them. And I have to see where this goes. It looks like the conservative version of like what they did in like the early 2000s, where like a lot of sitcoms were obsessed with the idea of like a cat fight as like something that's hot, i.e. 2 women fighting each other or more women fighting each other. So I don't know, let's jump right in, because frankly I have to know. It's a perverse obsession. I need to know, and I think some of you will enjoy the ride with me. So let's go.
I want you to tell women what to do.
If you're just gonna sit and live with mom and dad all your life until Prince Charming comes and saves you, that may not happen.
I promote women can have it all.
I personally don't think women should vote.
Every single thing you say is literally appealing to men.
I think you're evading the question.
Well, I think the advice you give to women is awful, and I don't think it comes from true happy and really happy.
Of course it is.
You wouldn't be so triggered.
Berated my husband for absolutely no reason.
I just looked at 2 seconds, I was oh, that's a gay man.
When I was a boy, I was told...
Jesus Christ, this looks like a shit show. All right. I wonder if she was talking about Michael Knowles.
There would never be a war between the sexes because everyone was sleeping with the enemy. And somehow that actually isn't true anymore. Somehow men and women are not sleeping together. I guess that's good if they're not married, but they're also not getting married and they're not having kids.
Yeah, because gay people didn't exist. It's just... All right, cool.
Seems to be a spike in men hating women, a spike in women hating men, an abundance of dating apps, and yet...
Abundance? Is Michael Knowles abundance pilled?
A dearth of dating. So to help me, an old man, make sense of this.
Also, this is really loud. I'm sorry it's so loud, folks.
I have invited on 3 hip, cool, young Zoomer women. That would be Melanie Mack.
Oh, I thought that's who that was. She looks really different. This is the lady that gets famous for using like the F slur and like, you know, basically every slur for gay or trans people that you've thought of, she uses. Cool. Yeah. All right. This is even bigger shit show than I thought. Yeah, this is the lady who's been hospitalized multiple times because she like only eats butter and doesn't drink water. Oh my god. She literally has a gigantic butter sculpture next to the Laura Croft because that's what she's famous for. She's famous for eating so much butter she almost died. I wasn't prepared for this. I'm so sorry. What? Butter diet? Yeah, she only eats meat and butter. She has videos of herself just eating sticks of butter. These are the same people, by the way, who will talk about, you know, the need for like Americans to live healthier. Meanwhile, they're chowing down for a meal on like a stick of butter. Like, goddamn.
Emily Wilson and Savannah Stone. Ladies, thank you for being on the show.
I don't know who either of these other 2 ladies are, though.
Thank you so much for having us.
So,
also, are these trad wives? I don't know that any of these women are trad wives. I'm not familiar enough with their content. I know Melanie Mack is absolutely not a trad wife.
Friend Tommy Lauren has gone viral for talking about this problem and placing the blame at the feet of stay-at-home boys.
Leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. They did much the same thing with quiet quitting, where you can go to work and do less. And if you call...
Wait, quiet quitting is just doing what your job asks of you. Like, that's... Oh man, conservatives are so mad about the dumbest things. They're so mad about the dumbest things. Like, I also, let's just like take a minute here. If somebody is a stay-at-home mom, for example, no one would say they don't do any work. If so, I would presume if somebody calls themselves like a stay-at-home dad, they're doing work. Or if they are taking care of the house, one might call them a stay-at-home son or something. But like, if they're generally just a deadbeat, like that's another thing entirely. It seems like we're jumping to conclusions here.
Call it quiet quitting, it's somehow better. But Laura, I got to tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women.
Oh man, the rise and normalization of like this eugenics based obsession with birth rates. Like it's really weird. I did an entire video about that, just as an FYI. It's on the channel. But there's literally no reason to be obsessed with birth rates the way conservatives are, unless you're like a racist. Just straight up. Sorry.
Women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim.
Pickings are slim. It's all the boys' fault. It's not the girls' fault. Emily, what say you?
No, I'm with her on this. I'm not saying that there's not blame across the board. I don't even think it's a men hating women, women hating men. I think it's everyone hating each other problem right now, because I see it with
kind of like atomization. Like our society has been isolated and systematically galvanized to become to turn us into replaceable cogs in the capitalist machine we labor within. It's almost like that. If only there was some kind of, I don't know, writer and thinker who examined the relation between labor and capital. If only.
women against women, men against men. But she's right. I mean, I live in Beverly Hills. Most of the men around here come from money. They're complete mommy's boys. They stay at home until they're literally in their late 30s. And there's guys who walk around and they're TikTokers. I mean, she makes a lot of good points. I agree with everything she's saying. I don't ever put a...
Okay, wait. You're using as your baseline Beverly Hills? I don't think that's representative of the rest of the United States. In the way that you're talking about it, I don't think like, yes, trust fund babies to the left and TikTok stars to the right. I don't think that's actually the norm for most places in America. And the fact that we are we are making a broad generalization across a country of 300 million people based on the dating scene of Beverly Hills is kind of wild to me.
100% blame on. But yeah, she's right. Men are also becoming a bit feminine.
Okay, so if you had to place the blame, not, you say it's not 100%. Is it 90-10, 75-25?
But I think it's 50-50.
50-50. Okay, so then then it's not primarily the boys, it's the girls and the boys. Savannah?
Yeah.
I would say both, but I have a little bit of a different perspective because I live in the South. So most men are very masculine, they're manly, they go hunting,
Yeah, and like Siberian winter, like the overall trend, and I get to this in the video on like birth rate stuff, seems to be like massive leaps in technology tend to lead to like a boom in like baby making, and then it levels out for a little bit. And people, when they get used to this new technology and this new environment, it changes the social structure and the social fabric of society. People need time in order to adjust society around that, and that can lead to more friction, more radicalization towards xenophobia, antagonism between different gendered groups, etc. And like that corrects over time because we as a species work together.
provide for women. And I would say where I live, it's actually mainly the women, and I'm going to contribute that to modern feminism. Just the fact that they don't want to be traditional, they don't want to live this traditional life. But
yes, feminism, wanting to have equal rights to men, that is the real issue. Yes.
Men are looking for that, but they're struggling to find traditional women because modern feminism has told women that their career is more important than having a family.
That's literally in no feminist circles that I've ever been in are feminists like, hey, you know what's more important than having a baby? Getting a job, working your way up in the hierarchy of the firm. You got to make at least CEO before you have babies. Like, that's not representative of modern feminist thought whatsoever. Like, women want to be financially stable when they are planning for a family, because everyone wants to be financially stable when they have children. Like, that's the responsible thing to do. And so it's like, if we're like, yes, well, the problem is feminism, I don't know. I think that's a weird argument to make, and I don't think it holds water.
Okay, so you're placing the blame more at the girls' feet.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Melanie.
I think it's 50-50. I do think it's a society problem, but I also have to say that if you live, so I live in Texas, and here in Texas, there's not this stay-at-home mommy boy epidemic going on for the most part, at least in the Bible Belt where I'm at. Men are masculine, they're working hard, and the women...
Yeah, no feminine men in the Bible Belt. None at all.
They're feminine out here for the most part. So I think if you really want to get away from all of that, all of these, everybody want to be a TikToker, everybody want to be a Kardashian, because this is on both sides, then move somewhere that has good biblical values.
Okay, so it's a great...
and I guess good biblical values is calling any gay person you see the F slur, according to Melanie Mack. That's her living Jesus's truth.
Point, but now we're at 50-50. So it's not even 50.001 to 49.999. You're saying it's exactly 50. None of you want to place the blame at the girls or the boys' feet. Okay, fair enough. Very diplomatic, very nice, very complimentary, and very trad in many ways. But then how do you fix it? If you got the boys acting like girly men and you've got the...
I love that, like, we've done like this round table and their conclusions already are men are being too girly and women are being too manly. How do we fix this problem? And weirdly enough, the solution is just going to be, and I haven't watched this, but I'm going to tell you, their solution is going to be, we need to enforce our gender norms more strictly. You know, we have to crack down on being accepting of gays. That cannot stand. You know, their entire conception of the world, Michael Knowles and this entire panel, is that, like, gay and trans people are the doom of Western civilization. And they talk about this. Like, this isn't like a oh, you're reaching. No, they've literally said that multiple times to entire, like, auditoriums full of people.
Girls acting sort of vacuous and promiscuous, then how are the two going to meet?
I think you only fix this with God. You only fix this with biblical.
The only way we can get men and women together is through God. There's no other way. Men and women would never hook up without Jesus. So I guess the proposed solution is men and women need to stop leaving room for Jesus, and that'll bring them closer together.
Jesus famously turned 5 loaves and 2 fish into enough butter to feed the whole crowd. I read it.
He just slid those sticks of butter down those throats.
Values. I think the reason why society has gone so chaotic like this, a huge reason why, is because people have, and society has steered away from these values. They normalized hookup culture, which is not good. This is why a lot of the youth aren't dating anymore, because
if we let men and women together in proximity and they hook up, that kills their chances of dating. No, it doesn't. That increases the chances of dating. Like, I don't know, being in more proximity, talking to someone more, like, that increases the chances of you wanting to be with them. Like, this isn't difficult. But maybe that is a problem for Melanie Mack. I imagine someone spending a lot of time around her would want to stop.
Is that that's not healthy at all. And then you've also got a very selfish culture. Everybody wants to feel like they're the prize. And the problem with feeling like you're the prize when you're seeking a relationship is you're looking for a servant instead of an equal partnership where you're both putting in 100%.
Again, one of the things I would just kind of say up front here in this video is you're going to see a lot of people kind of to that earlier point. One of the fundamental issues that we have with like modernization and industrialization, the Industrial Revolution, that didn't happen that long ago. Like the Industrial Revolution in terms of like human history is like a half a blink ago, right? And on top of the Industrial Revolution, we now have the advent of computers and the internet and robotics, and we just have a lot of speeding up of society, right? And what that does is there were traditional roles for men and women in our broader society for hundreds or in some cases thousands of years. And so society is slower to adapt to those kinds of material changes. And so what you're seeing here is like, oh, women are looking for a man who's going to provide for them and not an equal partner. And it's like, well, that's kind of a holdover from like olden days, like older time periods. For thousands of years across large swaths of the globe, like there's this concept, and I would encourage people to read Debt, the First 5,000 Years, great book. But like for a long time, women were treated as property, including, by the way, in the Bible, Melanie Mack is talking about. And well, the expectation set forth there is that men are going to be the provider. And that has changed since World War II, since industrialization, and society is slower to change to that material, like to adapt to that material reality. Does that make sense, chat? Y'all tracking with what I'm laying down? Wait, isn't Michael Knowles gay? I mean,
yes, Daddy.
Who can say? Who can say? Are you guys tracking though? Any questions? Yes? No? I'm genuinely waiting for like feedback here. Yeah? Cool. Awesome.
So what's the practical advice? I mean, at least to the men, maybe I could give practical advice to women, but what
And by the way, I'm not saying that like men should be providers. I'm just saying that was the societal expectation not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. And so society is slower to adapt.
What would you say to the men who are stay-at-home boys who can't get a girlfriend? What say you, Emily?
So get a job, move out. You don't need to be online. I don't think online is necessarily a place for men. I think it's a very feminine.
You're right. Men shouldn't be allowed to use the internet. Women are the only ones who should get who should be able to get online. I guess the trad wife thing is kick all men off the internet. I can't believe this is real. We're only 5 minutes in.
And thing to do. And I just think men need to have, this is like
what are you doing online anyway? Going online and talking? Ugh, that's so feminine. Wanting to talk and gossip? Ultimate femininity. Real men destroy their cell phones and put their computers in a blender and live as one with nature, like Thoreau. Come on, let's go. No men on the internet. That's the message Michael Knowles wants people to take.
Rabbit hole, because obviously, yeah, we've like neglected men, which some people can agree with, some people don't. But I just think, yeah, it's a big thing. It's going to be where they're raised, what they're raised by, what religion, what culture, what they're around. I mean, there's so many factors to it. There's literally no black and white answer, and if there was, we'd already have it figured out by now. But obviously there is going to be some aspect of embracing.
Yeah, exactly, Salmon Moose. Real men go and live out in the wilderness and go to like one of those conservative man retreats where they do like sun yoga on their buttholes. I think Tucker Carlson was pushing that not too long ago. You guys remember, like, he had like a weird red light ball tanning machine. It was very bizarre.
Normal, traditional.
That's what a real
roles.
man
So it's like, yeah, I
does.
think maybe if men were out and working and not on TikTok, things would be a little bit better. But I don't know. I don't have a definite answer for any of these things. It's also culture. Things have changed. Also, it's so expensive out here. Most men are like, it would be insane to be like, how am I going to be a provider? You have to make millions and you
Yeah.
still feel like you're at the poverty line out here.
You don't have I'm sorry, if you're making millions anywhere in the country, I can understand how maybe things, you know, it might be difficult for you to, like, I don't know, buy a house in LA if you only have $1 million, but like, let's be real here. If you have $1 million, you are not struggling. Like, unless you were like, I guess, like, unless you're like saddled with like the debt of a company or something, like you inherit your parents' failing business.
So what do you say? You say things have changed. That's totally true. I haven't dated since before dating apps existed, actually, believe it or not, because I married my high school sweetheart, and so I like just missed it, and I didn't have to deal with a lot of modern dating, even in my single years. So what do you do? Like, you know, if you go out on a date with a guy, you say things have changed. It's hard out there. You got to be a zillionaire to get a wife. First date, does the guy pay?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Always.
100%.
Every day.
Yes.
Every date.
Yes.
Okay. Does the guy open the door for the girl?
Yes.
Hopefully.
I love that. I love this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just want y'all to know, like, conservative men in like the manosphere see this and they're like, "Oh, women suck. They want us to do everything." When they see this, and especially right after saying you want like 50-50 partnerships. I don't know, that this is a weird stance to have, I guess. I don't think it's bad. I just think that if like you are ideologically committed to like, yeah, I want an equal partnership with my partner, like you'd want to, you know, split the bill or like not worry about who gets the bill. It like I don't know, it shouldn't be a struggle about who pays.
Yeah.
Like maybe you agree like every other time you go out. You switch up who pays. I don't know.
Does the guy expect any improper behavior that really should only exist between a husband and a wife?
No, of course, out here.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
Hold on, wait. Is that of course yes or of course no?
They shouldn't.
Of course, yes.
They do expect it. Is that good? It should they expect it or they should not?
Whatever. I mean, I'm not going to demonize them. It's what most people.
Oh, whoa, you're not going to demonize men who want to hook up? Woke. A woke Jezebel walks among us.
do. So it is what it is.
But
Not
do you
promoting
think? I
it.
guess that's kind of getting to the point here. I think because if the critique from the women is these men aren't acting like men and they're not being chivalrous and they're not, you know, treating me like the sweet angel that I am, and then the critique from the men is, well, these girls are not behaving like dignified, modest women. They're on.
If two people go out for dinner, the rich should pay.
Honestly, I agree with that a lot. I don't know, take into account your various monetary situations and decide what's best for the two of you. If it's a partnership, you should be able to talk about it, I think. But also, I love that in Michael Knowles' world, all women have OnlyFans now. All women have OnlyFans, but also, like, let's brief thought experiment. What if every woman did have an OnlyFans? Like genuinely, like as a thought experiment, what if every woman did have an OnlyFans that was just like a thing that was true? Are these people like, well, men shouldn't like have like men shouldn't hook up with women? And it's like, no, none of them believe this shit. Like, this is all LARPing, virtue signaling to a conservative base. and trying to vilify people who exist outside of like their traditional, purity culture bullshit.
Neither of the two people should pay. A billionaire or millionaire should come as the check comes and cover the bill in person.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, but also I believe that's the method of payment in the Star Trek universe. You know, they still have restaurants, but they don't have money. I don't know how that works, but maybe that's their system. I haven't not seen that, so maybe that's the system. I believe in a better future. Let's give it a shot, see what happens.
OnlyFans and they're, promiscuous or whatever. You can see how both sides got to that place, but then don't we need to raise the expectations and say, no, ladies, be modest. Men, don't be Casanovas.
Yeah, you got to raise it on both.
Women, keep your legs together and don't wear that slutty short outfit you have. And men, don't you do bad things with them. Don't do it. Remember to be pure because you're like a piece of gum, and if you chew that gum, you're bad forever. You're used up. No good to anybody. Except that like that's that I come from this culture. I come from this purity culture bullshit, and like that is unironically the fundamental aspect at play in this type of argument. You know, it's and by the way, it is entirely incumbent on women to enforce this. It doesn't matter in conservative culture if men are promiscuous. What matters in conservative culture is whether or not women are promiscuous. You know, well, how could that man not have been promiscuous? He saw you in that short skirt. How could that man not have been promiscuous? You know, you were walking around and you were talking about it, and you initiated it even. It is not equally enforced. And even in circles where they're like, well, it should be equally enforced, it never is. It never has been. The rules on the books, even when they were more equitable, were still more enforced against women in like courts of law and such. It's the weird. It's the old.
Just remember, you're watching
complex.
the Michael No Less show. Coming up right after is the Bernie Madoff investment report.
Yes, Daddy.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But also, it's the Madonna and the whore complex. You know, like you're either pure and saintly or you are a whore, and there's no in between, right? And that is true in conservative circles.
Ends though, which is very difficult because you also have to get women and men to both admit that they were slightly wrong, which no one wants to do because right now all we do is pin each.
But like here's the issue here. Like what you have to do is get men and women to admit they're slightly wrong. That doesn't mean anything when we're making these broad generalizations and talking about these broad swaths of the public. Right? Because there are going to be men who didn't do anything wrong. There are going to be women who didn't do anything wrong. And like the idea that like these men or women should apologize because other men and women like behave in ways that conservatives don't find acceptable, that's weird. You know, you can have like a rule of thumb for behavior and still be like, well, but yeah, you have to take responsibility for your own behavior. I thought conservatives were big on this personal responsibility thing, but it turns out what they like is just making these broad generalizations and then making meaningless statements about like apologizing for your role in a general trend that you may or may not have contributed to, you know?
Other against each other. Oh no, all the women, they're all on OnlyFans and they're all hoeing it out constantly. Oh, all the men, they're just feminine TikTokers. Like you got to get to a middle ground. Like, yeah, is it great for every woman out here to be on?
You literally opened up this conversation by talking about how either men in Beverly Hills are trust fund babies or they're narcissistic TikTokers who are feminine. And like you made that generalization.
OnlyFans? No, it's a little crazy because, like, look, it is kind of sex work. It's kind of prostitution.
Oh, it's not prostitution. It is sex work. It absolutely is sex work. It's not prostitution, though. Those are two different things.
Absolutely.
I would say
is.
more than kind of. Yeah.
It is 100% prostitution.
Yeah, but
No, it's not. Prostitution means something. It has a meaning, and that is trading sex for money. That's what that means. Sex work is a broader category that can encompass a lot of different things. And one of those things happens to be prostitution, but that's not the only thing sex work refers to. That's why it's used as a general label.
also, when you have all these men that just go through women because they have unlimited options, and this is what most girls are, and they're like, yeah, I want a good girl. But then they say they want.
That's why we need to kick men off the internet. If we kick men off the internet, they won't know that they have unlimited options for finding the person they want to be with. You know, we got to make these men settle for what they've got locally. Hashtag kick all men off the internet, according to Michael Knowles.
Want a good girl, then they meet the good girl and they cheat on them anyway. So it's just like it's a very difficult thing that's going to take a long time to try to figure out, honestly.
Oh yeah, so then what do we aim at? I guess because there is something that's been delightful to me that's cropped up because I'm a little more not totally libertarian, you know, I'm a little more traditionalist. I go to the traditional Latin mass. So when this phrase trad life popped up, I thought, let's go, baby. I'm like the hipster of the trad life. You know, I've been doing it.
Oh God. The hipster of the trad life. That phrase makes me want to vomit a little bit in my mouth. It's really gross. I don't like it. I bet Michael Knowles really hates the current pope, though. I bet that brings me some small amount of comfort, you know?
Since before it was cool. But this creates caricatures. This creates, you know, some people, they take it a little too far. I sometimes tell women that if they want to date at the traditional Latin mass, the odds are good, but the goods are odd. You know, they're a little weird out there. So, Emily, you went viral for critiquing the trad life.
I'm sorry, I hate to call out my own party, but the young girls on the right promoting this like trad wife bullshit. I just want to make sourdough for my husband. That's great. I'm all for it. I promote traditional values. I understand. I have been working.
I'm sorry. Making a sourdough is traditional values? What? If you're conservative, do you not realize that, like, did you not realize liberals can also make sourdough breads? It's a fun activity. People on the left, we like baking, you know. We make good cookies. Like we actually cook other dishes as well. We view cooking as kind of like this what you might consider like a woke art form. You know, it's fun and nice to cook people meals and cook good food and better your skills in that regard. I think that's great. Anyway, if you're on the left, I just want to reassure you, you do have the right to bake a sourdough if you want to.
Since I was very young, I don't really plan on stopping working. I suggest you find a hobby that makes you money. But you guys, guess what? Guess what, baby girl? That lifestyle working out, a man, a provider, you just get to sit at home, bake bread every day, slim to none. I would say none that's going to work out for you. Or
wait. So, okay, genuine question here, and I don't know the answer. I assumed that, like everything on the internet, people posting this kind of trad wife lifestyle, there we go. I assumed that they were doing what everyone else does on Instagram, TikTok, etc., and just kind of like project like an idealized version of their life. Like that's what they wish their life was like. It gets them views, helps make them some money, etc. I didn't realize that, like, do people doing that actually think that that's what, like, they're gonna be able to do forever? Like if you're just like an average trad wife user and you're not in like the top 0.1% of trad wife TikTok, dude, I feel like they realize like they still have to go to a job because that's what they have to do every day in order to not die. I don't know. Hashtag wife style, indeed.
Quite literally anyone you know.
The alpha trad wife, exactly.
You're actually setting yourself up for failure because it could not be easier, if that's what you're going to pursue, to be trapped by a man. Okay? Also,
yeah. That is one of the problems with being economically dependent on your partner, you know?
let's bring some other things to the table besides sourdough. Guys want to be mentally stimulated as well as physical, okay? But I'm just like, please, you guys are too young to be promoting this. And also, by the way, it's cringe. You guys are cringe, okay?
Okay, so Emily says trad life is BS. Savannah, what say you?
So I actually don't like the buzzword trad wife because again, I think it's a buzzword in culture and there's a lot of things tied to it. But
Yeah,
I would have
when
to
I was a kid, we just
disagree.
called them wives.
Yeah, that's
exactly
what we do.
Yeah, and now I would say stay-at-home wife would probably be the proper term for it. But
Ugh. I'm a stay-at-home wife.
I would have to disagree. I think that there's a very narrow perspective that when you are a wife who doesn't make her own income and the man.
No, but like I understand that they want to live like that. I just assumed most of them weren't economically positioned to be able to do that, and it was kind of like a fake it till you make it situation. Maybe I'm off base.
And is providing that you are trapped by a man. I mean, I will post things about my husband providing for me, and they're like, wait, so he leaves you in 20 years and goes and finds a younger girl and leaves you with absolutely nothing. And the truth of the matter is that doesn't really happen, right? Like 70 to 80% of divorces are filed by women who were unhappy or just bored. It really doesn't happen where the man just leaves you with absolutely nothing. I think too, like
what are you talking about? Yeah, it doesn't really happen that like men will leave a relationship or cheat in a relationship. That doesn't really happen. Like that's a myth, right? Like come on. Come on. I would love a source being cited here. You know, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Do. Gray divorce is increasing. The divorce rate for those 50 and older has almost tripled since 1990. So that actually does happen, in fact. Now, does it happen that like someone who's been in a relationship for a very long time gets divorced and is left with nothing? No, because generally speaking, when you get divorced, you split your assets, so you aren't left with nothing. So I guess in a very technical sense, she's correct.
My marriage personally, Christ is at the center of our marriage. And if you don't have that foundation, then of course it's going to fall apart. Of course there's going to be infidelity. Of course.
Can we also just point out, like, this is a weird concept for me since, like, you know, distancing myself from the church a bit. But like the idea that like fidelity in a marriage can only exist if Jesus Christ is there. Again, it just demonstrates an utter contempt for the billions of other people on this planet who aren't Christians. You know, like people have fidelity to their partners and spouses outside of, you know, the Christian church. And if you look inside the church, you're also going to find a lot of infidelity. Just throwing that out there. This seems like such a bullshit talking point on its face, but I felt the need to stop and point it out.
You're going to be looking elsewhere because you don't have that foundation. And couples that pray together stay together. Like we pray every single night and Christ is at the center and we're going to church together. And we did that from the beginning of our relationship all the way up until now. So I think bringing Christ back into the marriage is really important. And of course, that's where the traditional.
Yeah, have you ever considered bringing another man into our relationship, honey? I found one. I found him the other day. His name is Jesus Christ. I'm thinking of bringing him into the bedroom tomorrow. Like it's so weird. And they have been inside of this like bubble that normalizes this, but like when you actually start thinking about it or you hear about it and you're not like in that Christian bubble, it's very weird to hear a bunch of Christians who like spit on the idea of like homosexual people existing or trans people existing, are taught, and they're obsessed with like sexual purity. Talk about bringing a third into their relationship. It's very weird.
Roles come in. I believe that when you are going 50-50, which is like this new progressive marriage, that it causes a lot of competition and there's actually not any contribution, that the man and the woman are just competing with each other because they're both waking up at 6 a.m. They're rushing to get ready. They're going to their 9 to 5. They come home. They're absolutely exhausted. They're splitting the chores. They eat a quick dinner, scroll on their phones, go to bed, repeat the same cycle over and over again. And it's not working out. And you've seen the divorce rates go up and you've seen the birth rates plummet. And so bringing tradition back.
Again, it always boils down for these people to like birth rates. Because in their concept, if you're married, you're just gonna pop out children. And that's just not how that works at all. Also, Speed Razor, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Main Captain. That's very kind of you. You know, like there's this pervading idea in conservatism today that is attached to eugenics and white supremacy and such, that bringing marriage rates back up is going to result in another baby boom like what we had in the 1950s. But what we had in the 1950s was a unique confluence of events precipitated by a gigantic boom in productivity and due to, let's be real here, imperialism and our industrial revolution. You know, you doubled the workforce by allowing women into the workplace. You led to like this massive sea change in society that allowed people to have economic security here in America. You had an influx of immigrants. You had an influx of like a bunch of different factors. And that led to a massive increase in people feeling safe enough to have children, you know? Plus, like there's this idea. How do I phrase this? Also, Tristan MB, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. There's this idea. Oh, Cute Dark Arts. Thank you for the 20 biddies. Her marriages are failing because insert problems with capitalism here, but it's totally the fault of progressives. I mean, that is kind of it, right? Like, women came into the workforce and now they're really upset about the fact that like half of the half of the relationship that would have been dedicated to raising children, that allowed a household to be like, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children, you know, that doesn't exist anymore. Now you have to pay for, you know, childcare unless you're very, very lucky. And it's just a reality that is like the plunging birth rate is a result of economic realities. It's also the result of massive societal change that we haven't adapted to yet. You know, men are frustrated that like the social norms that they learn from their parents or their grandparents no longer really apply in a digital age. You know, like those social norms existed for a very brief window of time and now they're gone. And in their place, men and women have to learn what the new norm is even going to be, and there are no clear rules, right? And so that in turn all leads to friction, leads to issues, leads to problems, but also the elephant in the room is that part of the necessity driving this social change is the fact that women have agency over their bodies and have agency in the economy. You know, like they can get a job, they can support themselves, they can decide when they want to get pregnant. This is why conservatives attack abortion and abortion rights endlessly, right? And what conservatives like this really want to do is bring back kind of this dying mode of conservative evangelical belief, which is like this idea that it is a religious necessity to have many children so that you can effectively outbreed other religious belief, other religious groups, that God mandates that you have these children. And then they want to get the state to enforce that. So that's kind of what we're looking at here in a broad sense.
In, and I'm not saying we all have to be in 1950s gowns and cooking it from scratch.
Wouldn't be the worst idea, but okay, sure, you don't have to. All right.
No, it would be great. It would be great.
Like the quiverful stuff, but like that's the quiverful stuff is maybe a more extreme version of what I'm talking about. But like,
I'm old. When I was growing up, very few moms were working full time, but you could also afford a 3-bedroom house on a single income. Good luck today.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Sorry, you're blue.
I can think of no better way for wives to stay loyal to their husbands than to always remember the Lord laid his chiseled perfect body on the cross.
Moth, thank you for the $5 super chat. So eugenics said in a different way. Exactly. That is what they want to. But it's like it's not just eugenics, it's eugenics crossed with evangelical belief. Does that make sense? It's like the idea that not only should eugenics be treated as an accepted science, but that like creationism, it should also be religiously enforced and imposed. Does that make sense? I hope so.
But I think that bringing back the idea of the husband being the head of the household and the woman being his help, like it was in the Bible, like it literally says.
Jesus Christ. She literally says it out loud. The idea that the husband is the head of the house and the woman is the help.
Comedy show, The New Norm, same as the old norm? Featuring comedy luminaries like David Rubin, J.P. Sears, and Larry Elder.
David Rubin? I remember him. I think I have a sound clip from the New Norm, the hit comedy show.
I don't understand. You're black.
Yep. 10 out of 10 show. Everyone laughed. In case it wasn't clear, I'm not endorsing the New Norm. I was making fun of it. That wasn't no one laughed in actuality. Yeah, my mom was an evangelical when I was a kid, and she came out of it later in life. I was exposed to that church, literally psychotic. It really is, you know, like just as a reminder, the evangelicals believe that by supporting Israel, they are forcing about the conditions of the apocalypse as laid out in the book of Revelations. They believe they're fulfilling biblical prophecy and are essentially, by supporting Israel, are finishing a ritual to summon Jesus, which, you know, that's a bit disturbing when you think about it. Like they're trying to summon their God in order to destroy the state of Israel and save themselves while everyone else gets obliterated and tortured for eternity. It's really weird, actually, when you break it down. It's the plot of a Final Fantasy game or Baldur's Gate 3. It really is.
In the Bible.
Speed Razor, thank you for the additional gifted sub on Twitch. Appreciate it.
Would help a lot of marriages.
Emily, does that do anything for you?
No, I stand on everything I said. You know what the funniest part about my video was? I mean, that's literally just common sense. You can't even argue with any of it. There's statistical data.
It's just common sense that we should be subordinate to men, our natural betters. It's such a wild take. It's such a wild take to me. Like, yeah, on the one hand, men are better than us, and we should be subservient. We should be the equivalent of help in the home. Fuck.
The Riverboat Jack Show, the editors, Jack, and the mods do not condone or endorse the hilarious comedy stylings of the new norm. Any references to it are probably insulting Dave Rubin, the dork.
Paladin, thank you for the $5. No. On the one hand, men are our superiors and our betters. On the other hand, men are really dropping the ball by not, constantly asserting their superiority over us. It's such again, what a weak attitude, man. Conservatism is just so riddled with weakness and insecurity.
On my side for every single thing I said, especially if you're getting married super young, the odds of that working out. The difference is I pray it does work out for everyone, but also I'm just looking at things from a perspective. But it's funny because I was like, I must have triggered something in all these housewives because I was like, how happy are you guys that you flood my comment sections wishing horrible things to happen on me? And I'm like, so you're not really proving my point that I think any of you are happy. And yes, not even just the fact of divorce. Divorce is what, probably 50% of this country, potentially more.
It's a little less, but yeah, it's high.
Yeah, it's high. People lose their jobs. People die. People get sick. There's a lot of factors to that. It's also like, I don't understand these women who claim to be so happy that are, telling me to kill myself online because I have an opinion, which is what I do.
Also, don't tell people to kill themselves online. It's a shitty thing to do.
For a living. I'm like, I promote women can have it all. I work full time. I also cook. I also clean. I do everything. It's not something to be put down, which is the problem with these trad wives are hating on women that work. And it's like, we're not forcing you to work. I like working. It makes me happy. So I'm like, do you? But
honestly, good for her. Good for her. Like, yeah, you should do what makes you happy. If you want to be like a stay-at-home mom, go for it. If you want to be in the workforce, go for it. If you want to try and do like have it all, do parenting, do a job, like go for it. You can, in fact, do that. And so I wonder how this is going to go from here on out, considering this is a fiery debate with Michael Knowles.
This pressing this life on everyone, it's not for everyone. And it's also not going to work out for everyone. And that's just life. So
yeah, Savannah, why are you trying to force your views on Emily, huh?
I don't force my views on anyone. Listen, all of my girlfriends have jobs or they're in university and we get along and they respect my lifestyle and I respect their lifestyle. Do I think women with children who are married are happier? Yes, there are statistics that show that. But we live in a world where I'm not going to tell women what to do. They can go to work. They can do whatever they want. They can be on OnlyFans. But do I think that they're happier when they have a man providing for them and they have children? Yes, because it's just our primal nature.
But then,
okay, it's not your primal nature. Our primal nature is like living together in like caves. Like we're not embracing our primal nature. We're using like electricity to create light and heat and like use exploding metal beasts to propel ourselves across the land. Like we're not the idea anyone in our current American context is embracing their primal nature. These arguments are just on their face ridiculous, they can be on OnlyFans. How generous.
You said I was bitter. How am I bitter? Because I work, I cook, I clean, and my man fully takes care of me, and I have my own money to take care of myself. So it's
because there would be no reason to go online and bash women who do have that lifestyle, unless you were bitter about it. It doesn't make sense to.
You're just a bitter bitch. You're being a bitter bitch about this. Like, you're just bitter because you aren't like a stay-at-home mom. You're being bitter. But I'm not telling anyone what to do. I just think everyone who disagrees with me is a bitter bitch.
My job is to
regardless.
give opinions for a living. It's an opinion. If you were
Of
truly happy,
course it is.
you wouldn't be so triggered. But you took it
Well,
extremely personal. I'm like, sweetie, I'm not talking to you. It's an opinion. I give them for a living. I have a job.
but then why don't you like it that other people give you opinions in your comments?
No, it's funny because it's like you're clearly triggered. As if you're that happy, you wouldn't be bothered. And she thinks I'm like talking about her. I'm like, no, I'm talking about all the young girls online that are literally promoting this, and then ironically doing it as a job to grift and make money as well, which is so funny because it all comes for full circle.
There is some of that. I do agree. I think that from my perspective, yeah, encouraging girls who are single and who aren't married, and even if they want that trad lifestyle, go ahead and do something with yourself in the meantime. Set yourself up.
Is Melanie, I know the answer is no, but like just throwing it out there, like Melanie Mack does not look like she's doing all right. Like why is there only one piece of furniture in this room and it's an IKEA bookshelf? Nothing wrong with that, by the way, but like it's just like an empty room. Stuff is just like littered on the floor. Like, girl, you okay? Did you have to move all the furniture out to make room for the butter?
Up so that, hey, if that trad life that you want doesn't come to be, because right now we do live in especially a very godless society, and a lot of traditional values come from the Bible. So if you're just going to sit and live with mom and dad all your life until Prince Charming comes and saves you and gives you that trad life, that may not happen. So go ahead, get a job, have a plan for yourself if it comes down to it.
It's not a blue end table though. This is like a box. It looks like it's maybe some kind of like Lego box or something. I don't know. I don't think this is an end table. I think it's an empty box.
But to say that the trad life is cringe or anything like that, I completely disagree.
No, the fake trad life that they promote online.
The fake
is cringe.
one, yeah.
These girls that sit at home and are like, I did nothing today and I'm taken care of and I'm happy. Oh my God. Literally, I want to be like, get a job. Like, sorry, it's cringe and it's gross. And it's so funny. I'm like, why are you out here promoting trad life 24/7 dying on this hill when half of these chicks aren't even married or have kids? I'm like, go get those babies popped out. Go live that life.
I'm not going to tell women what to do, but also go have those babies, get a job. Like, damn. I fully respect other women and their agency, but also get a goddamn job and start using your baby maker.
Dying on that hill online. I'm just calling it out.
What about this point?
Yeah.
So you made a point there, because I see a lot of it. I see the criticism, which is, if you're a trad life influencer and your life is mostly like on camera, it's hard for that to be trad. It's hard to be trad on TikTok, right? Trad involves, you're kind of more focused on the private life and the home and the kids and the bread, which is great and it's all fabulous. But I see there's a little bit of a tension.
I mean, I feel like if you're living the true trad wife lifestyle, you've given up shoes, you've given up internet access, you're not posting, you're being there for your man. You're baking 12 loaves of sourdough and you've had 3 children by 9 a.m.
But to Savannah's point, most divorces are initiated by women. So it's not that some women aren't passed up for the secretary. That does happen, but that's relatively minor. It more seems to be impelled by feminism and by women's choices. And
God, they hate no-fault divorce so much. They hate it so much.
On the notion of having it all, at a certain point, you can't have it all. If you're at work 8 hours a day at the widget factory doing the spreadsheets, those are 8 hours that you're not going to be with your kids or baking bread or, dusting the bookshelves or whatever it is. So I grant that women can have lots of different goods in their lives, but sometimes there is a decision you have to make. And I think the question that's being raised here by Melanie and Savannah is it better, is it more conducive to women's happiness to put on the Victorian era gown or not, or you can wear modern clothes, but have the kids, get married, bake the bread, do the house stuff? Or is it more conducive to women's happiness to go out and work at a corporation and have a career?
One can do both. It doesn't have to be an either or. Also, is it, again, it's weird that we're hyperfixating on women here when I believe men could also like stay at home and take care of the children and like have a lovely time. And like women might want to be the breadwinner, and that's also fine. The only people trying to enforce these norms are conservatives, are people who believe in patriarchy and like don't believe women deserve equal rights to men. The only people trying to enforce these are these people, and it's so weird.
My answers do both.
But how can you do?
There's
Meaning,
gonna be
if you're going to do
sacrifice
the
to both.
one, you're going to spend just in what would be your work day, 8 hours a day with the kids. Kids aren't going to be with the nanny; they're going to be with mama, and mama's going to be making breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you're going to be giving them piano lessons or whatever. That's one kind of thing. Or you could be doing spreadsheets at the widget factory or whatever the job is. But you know, there are only 24 hours in a day. At a certain point, you're going to have when you have to make a decision: am I going to spend my time doing this or that? Which is better?
I don't believe in this choosing thing. We live in a modern day society. There's so many factors to this. It's not just this whole thing of travel. Oh, the corporate slave. First of all, I've loved most of my careers, and most of them weren't 8-hour days, Monday through Friday. These women can have jobs and still be at home and still be with the children. Also, a lot of women.
Wait, what were most of your jobs if not 8-hour days? What were you doing? Like, I as far as I know, 8-hour days is most jobs.
Women have kids, and I hate to say it, are not fully fulfilled by that and are like, dude, I need to go back to work. I need to be around adults. Like, sorry, that's a real thing. A lot of my friends are married. A lot of them have kids. So it's just like, I think this whole thing, instead of constantly being like, you have to pick. Also, a lot of these women make content and have full-time jobs as they have careers. And especially a lot of those women are the top women in right-wing media, which is so funny watching these young girls hate on these women. Meanwhile, I'm like, those are the women you would die to achieve.
Michael Knowles just looks like he doesn't know what to do with his face.
To have that type of lifestyle. I'm not going to sit here and hate on Ingram, Kelly, all these women, Allie Beth Stuckey, all these women.
Yeah, they're talking traditional in like the Western sense, going back to like the 1800s.
They have full-time jobs, and they also are able to be moms and take care of their kids. I doubt all those women are horrible mothers. But that's the thing. I'm not going to tell women they have to choose. You can do both. You can make it work. And the more money you have, the more opportunities, and you're going to have ways to help. Maybe then I can go hire someone to cook or to clean and spend more time.
No, I know
with
you
my
can.
kids.
That's what you have.
Yeah, Melanie Mack uses literally all of the slurs. She's reached into the conservative, sack of slurs and has grabbed every single one of them.
Have to do, and I agree. It is kind of funny. If you are on TV every day for a living, by definition, you're not living the most traditional lifestyle. There are a lot of perks to it and a lot of good things. But yes, of course, I totally grant that. But I think you're evading the question, because the point you've just made is, look, I can hire a nanny, I can hire a chef, I can take the money. Yeah, I know. That's one kind of life. But when you say you can have it all, that it violates Aristotle's law of non-contradiction.
Oh man, nothing has ever been as prophetic as like the Jenny Nicholson Twitter thread where she went and described how like when men feel like they are being attacked in an online argument, they suddenly switch into writing letters from the front lines of the Civil War. Like they get real weird about their language.
Women can't work and raise kids. Ring most of human history calling, that's Bulls T. World War II, cave women, Proverbs 31, textiles.
I mean, also it creates a false dichotomy, like between working and raising kids. Raising kids is work. It's hard. It is uncompensated work, but again, they aren't going to talk about the fact that like, hey, maybe we should compensate people for doing housework. Maybe that would be like a good thing for society. But you'll never hear conservatives talking about that. Why aren't women allowed to have 0 kids? Because conservatism demands childbearing. It demands that women get pregnant and build up the workforce that capitalism can exploit.
In the two choices two ways of life that I'm presenting at least are, you're at home, you don't have a job. you have a lot of jobs, but you don't have a career. Your life is in the private sphere. The other version is your life is in the public sphere, but you get to do a lot of fun, like wife, mom stuff too. But I'm saying those are separate things. Savannah or Melanie, do you have thoughts on if one is better than the other, or are we all just going to be like modern people and not make a decision?
I think if you're actually looking at children and upbringing, and obviously, my mom was a trad wife. She still is. She raised my brothers and I.
No, she wasn't. Nobody called like stay-at-home moms trad wives like 30, 40 years ago.
She stayed at home and homeschooled us while my dad provided for the family. And there's no way that she could have had a full-time job and homeschool us and take care of the home and do all the cooking and all of that stuff. So for that, I'm very grateful, because especially when you get on the subject of public schools in general, their indoctrination systems, and also
Yeah, unlike when I got taught by my mom, that wasn't indoctrination at all. I just believe everything she believes. But it's not indoctrination though.
it's hard for kids to really be kids when they're at such a young age having their 9 to 5 already in the school system. So the fact that my mom dedicated her time into homeschooling my brothers and I'm so grateful for that. And so, not to say that every kid that's in public school doesn't have a good mom and all that, but
also, this is how you wind up with a bunch of conservatives like growing up thinking that the world is flat, or that the earth is only 6,000 years old, or that like the entire planet was literally flooded, like 4,000 years ago, or that dinosaurs are fake and evolution isn't real. And like this is how you get like people just indoctrinated in the cult. It's literally how this entire conservative ecosystem replicates itself.
I think in an ideal scenario for children, a mom would stay home and raise them.
Hold on. I have a lot more pearls of wisdom. First, though, go to
Yeah, don't talk about pearls of wisdom. Gross.
.com. Promo code KNOWLES.
See,
my mom worked from home. She was a settlement consultant, so she only worked when she had a case come to her. But she sacrificed a lot of work when she had us as kids, and she was able to basically be a stay-at-home mom who took maybe like 2 conference calls a month. So she could have made a lot more money than she did, but she sacrificed that to raise us as kids. So I don't think that you can have it all, because having it all would be her making as much money as she can with work, being very successful in her career, and also having successful children. But
you can't bilocate.
Like
you can't be in 2 places simultaneously.
Yeah, no. And I mean, she took us to school every day. She picked us up. She was at all of our games. She was at all of our events. And I would not trade that for the world. And that was a good example to me, because when I have kids, I want to be at everything. Like I want to watch them grow up. I don't want somebody else raising my children, or even my parents raising my children, because they have to watch them. So I think I had a great example of that growing up. But even my mom would tell you, like, no, I had to sacrifice a lot of money and a lot of my career to raise children, but she'll tell you it was 100% worth it.
My wife, she's done both. Sweet little Lisa she's a real trad wife. She bakes the bread, she makes the pasta, she does all the stuff, takes the kids out. But she has a PhD, she's had a career. She has a doctorate. I have an honorary doctorate. I'm just the arm candy, really. But she's done that, and she quit her job. And she quit her job because we've been spitting out enough kids that it got to the point where she was going to have to make real choices: hire more child care, spend less time with the kids, or quit the job. But
again, I just find it to be so fascinating that in Michael Knowles' universe, like the thought that he would spend less time doing his job never seems to even enter the conversation. Like some men find that more fulfilling. It's a weird way that like the right vilifies men by like telling men over and over and over again that they're not fit to be fathers, like that they shouldn't be around their children more because women are just better at it than them. That's a weird line of thought, I think, to have. You know, I find it to be really interesting and gross at the same time. It seems like something that should have been recognized by a lot of people on the right, and they just don't care, you know?
It finally had come down to it, and you have to make a choice. And she chose the trad life, the trad wife life. But she did have Emily's caveat there, which is that a lot of these moms who decide, okay, I'm going to stay home, I want to be with the kids more, I don't want to, they
Note
still
that
want
the
some
only
money, or they
woman
still
who has kids says that it's possible to balance the two, while the two women who only work insist that it's impossible.
Yep. Indeed.
want some kind of outside intellectual activity. So they'll make content. You know, they'll like make they'll post on Instagram, and so it is this little bit of a kind of trying to have it all sort of thing. But my question, I guess maybe I'm more authoritarian than anyone on the panel. I don't know. I haven't heard you weigh in on this, Melanie. But
I'm more authoritarian than anyone on the panel.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
Anyway, thanks, Michael.
But I do not have the view, as you suggested, Savannah, that, you know, look, a woman, if she wants to do whatever she wants, that's fine. She can go on OnlyFans, or I don't know. It should not, that OnlyFans should be banned. The operators should be arrested and shipped off to St. Helena, you know? So I think we should put lots of limits on all this stuff. And the question that I have is we're trying to bridge.
I love that, like, all these people talk about freedom, rah, rah, rah. You can own a gun. You know, you have the right to own like a fully automatic assault rifle in case you need to shoot government agents in a possible revolution. Obviously a conservative one. You can have guns, you just can't have porn. And that just seems like a really weird position to take to me. And I understand that there are arguments that they would deploy to try and defend that. I am familiar with the arguments, and they just don't hold water to me. So
the divide between the sexes so that people can have good lives. What is best for these people? We have no problem saying
what is best for each person depends on the person.
That it is better for the boy to get out of his mother's basement. It is better for the boy to go out, get a job, not be a stay-at-home son or whatever. You know, it's
what about a stay-at-home dad? That's a thing that does exist. People enjoy being stay-at-home dads.
Better for him. He should. But then when it comes to women, we say, well, they can do whatever they want. Maybe this is better, but maybe it's not. Maybe this. But I want shoulds. I want you to tell women what to do.
Why? What's going to be best is going to be different for each woman.
Best for the women. Emily?
I think men should go out and work. I think women should also educate themselves. I think they should find a job that makes them happy.
What's crazy to me is that this woman is like the woke one on the panel, where she's like, men and women can both have jobs and families, and like that's too woke for the rest of the panel. It's crazy.
We don't all have to pretend like every job is slave labor. I've had many careers. I've been happy in all of them. I think women should have something that's theirs on their own. I also think it gives you more options. It makes you, in my opinion, because I give those for a living, more valuable and better off. And when they find someone, if they choose to become a stay-at-home, trad wife, whatever BS they call it online now, then that's fantastic. If they want to have hobbies, if they want to work a little, if they want to quit their jobs, whatever's best for them that makes them happy and the children, that's great. I support all of that.
Okay, now, so then the question, of course, this begs the question, which is what makes people happy, which is where we stay. You know, what is actually conducive to happiness? Modernity tells you a lot of things are going to make you happy and they don't. But then...
I mean, happiness is relative, and thus the decision on and what makes people happy is relative and subjective. So like, each person has to decide what makes them happy themselves. That's why, you know, we have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But like, our document doesn't specify what the happiness is. That's because it's up to us to decide what makes us happy.
I see in your answer, Emily, a lot of they should have choice. They should have something on their own, something independent. But I am skeptical of that, okay? I don't have a lot of choices. I mean, I do, and I get to do whatever I want. I don't even have a real job. You know, I just do, this is my job. Is this even a job? But I don't have a lot of choices. I am married. I got to be home at a certain time most nights. I got to do stuff. I've got to make some money because I've got to pay certain bills.
Yeah. And if you're not married, you definitely don't have to make money to pay certain bills or be places on time, apparently.
I don't accept divorce under any circumstances. So I don't have.
Under any so I'm sorry, Michael, if your wife came to you with a to get a divorce, you just are going to be like, "No, I don't accept that." Michael Knowles is a very, very weird and creepy man.
Have a prenuptial agreement. My wife could take me to the cleaners if she wanted to.
I mean, it's not your wife taking you to the cleaners. It would be splitting your assets in half.
It is. I don't have choice. I don't have things that are really independent from my wife. We don't have separate personal bank accounts or anything. We don't have separate anything really. We sleep in the same bed. So my question then is it really good? I know modernity says it's good to be independent and have choices and endless options and whatever. Does that really make you happy, Melanie?
I honestly don't even like the phrase "do what makes you happy." I think you need a foundation.
I don't even really like the idea of pursuing happiness. I think you should do some things that make you feel miserable. I think you should really pursue the thing that makes you feel worst in life. Really really just roll around in the pig shit, Just be utterly disgusting. Walk around wearing nothing but a barrel. Really hit rock bottom.
And that foundation is the Bible instead of subjective morality. We're not always going to have the opportunity.
Also, I'm sorry, but I've heard this from conservatives for forever. The idea that if you believe in the Bible, you have objective morality, and I'm sorry, that's just not true. What you have is a morality derived through your subjective interpretation of this text. That's what you have. You are not alone in this process. Entire wars have been fought over different subjective interpretations of biblical text. Millions of people have died as a result of interpreting differing interpretations of the subjective text. Again, the idea oh, it's objective. No, it's not. And the proof for that is literally all of history around Christian schisms. But sure, yeah, the only way you can be moral is from the Bible. No one else has morality.
To do what makes us happy, because what makes us happy at all times isn't necessarily right. We need to do the right thing. And the Bible has a strong foundation for how men should behave, what men should do, and women.
Yeah. Men should I guess should what exactly according to your biblical value, right? I really want to know, right? The Bible is a lengthy book, chat. It has sections in it where I don't know, a prophet will curse a group of children for making fun of him for being bald, and then they get mauled to death by bears. That's a thing that's actually in the Bible. Is that a model for how men should behave? I don't think so. I don't think that if a bunch of children make fun of you for being bald, you are now empowered to kill them. I don't think that's a good model for masculine behavior, and that's just one example. There are so many. Mauled by bears, really? Yeah, a prophet summoned a bunch of bears to maul children to death. I don't know, they lay out detailed instructions in that thing about how to own people as property. I think I have a few qualms about this entire situation if we're talking about biblical morality. But that's me, I guess. I have a problem if somebody's objective morality includes owning people as slaves.
So we can't just live life based on you do you. Let's have this objective morality because things just go crazy. You got pride parades, you got kids being mutilated, like things just spiral out of control.
Just yeah. Christians really have a problem with children being mutilated. Anyway, here's a 2 Kings 2 verses 23 through 24. Let's take. From there, Elijah went up to Bethel. As he was walking along the road, some boys came out of the town and jeered at him. "Get out of here, Baldy," they said. "Get out of here, Baldy." He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I forgot that it was 42 children. Holy moly. Can you imagine feeling justified in killing 42 children because they called you bald? That's so many. That is so many. Jesus Christ. Literally, what were you thinking?
Control. So
Anyway, so biblical morality against child mutilation. Ignore that part of the Bible, though.
do what's right, follow the Bible.
That's a pretty straight answer.
Do what's right, follow the Bible. Maybe this is why conservatives are vehemently against doing anything that would stop like child massacres from happening here in America. You know, maybe that's part of it.
So Emily's answer is do the things that make you happy, as you know, follow your bliss. Yours is follow the Bible, even if you think it might not make you happy, it will in the long run. Yes. Savannah, what should women do?
I think the word choice is very overglorified in our society. Like choices.
Holy fuck. You shouldn't have a choice. You should. We have too many choices. You need to get off the internet and stop having choices. Okay, Sweaty?
So sexy. We love having choice. I would agree with you, Michael. In my marriage, I will not leave my husband under any circumstance. We follow the Bible. We're loyal to each other. He's the head of the household, so he makes the decisions in our family.
We follow the Bible, and so my husband, makes the decisions about which children to summon bears on. Like sometimes we're like, look, that one said that I'm fat, and like he calls down some bears and like 30 children are dead. Like that's just how we roll. That's our biblical morality.
And I'm actually happier that way. I mean, I'm very young. I got married at 18, but before then I was given all these choices like, oh, well, you could move here and go get a degree.
God, when you call someone baldy.
What is this?
Man, fuck them kids, bro.
Man, it didn't show up on screen. Just I wasn't ready.
Fuck them kids, bro.
Just holy fuck. That was such a funny reaction vid. Goddamn. I want no context. No one explain it. Akumi, thank you for the $5 dono.
Here, go get a job here. And that was overwhelming. That was
also the idea that you had too many choices at 18. Like, yeah, so maybe you shouldn't have made the choice to get married at 18 and you should have waited to like have a firmer grasp on what you actually wanted to do. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Actually more depressing than living in a marriage that is a unit, and in which you don't have a ton of choices and you don't have a ton of freedom, quote unquote. And so if you watch my content, you know that I usually say you should do this. You ought to do this because statistically speaking, married women with children are happier. But again, I'm going to have to agree with Melanie too, that the Bible is the foundation and Christ is the foundation will make you want to do things that are inherently traditional. And that
considering the Bible lays out detailed instructions on how to own slaves, again, I have to worry a little bit about whenever like conservatives are like, yeah, traditional biblical morality. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of a dog whistle about where you want to take things in the future.
are biblical. So I would say that choice has just gotten so out of hand, and we ought to go back to biblical principles.
All right, now it seems like the divide.
Which ones? I would love a more. I'm actually curious about their theologies. I would love to know what, because inevitably, guys, what ends up happening is that each one of these people has a very different idea of what traditional like Christianity and traditional Christian values. Each one of these people is going to have a very different understanding of that. And I hope, and I know we're probably not going to get it in the final part of this, but like it'd be so fascinating to see a deep dive into that.
Right here is you got Melanie and Savannah are like really pro trad life. Emily, you're being made out to be the liberal feminist here, even though you're pretty conservative, right? You're pretty.
I know.
Pretty
It's funny
much
because everyone says I'm like too far right, which is like there's no winning, is there?
But do you feel that you are a little more on the liberal or feminist side compared to some of the women who are pushing the trad life?
I mean, textbook definition feminism of wanting men and women to have like equal rights. Yeah, like I would not deny that, of course.
You would call yourself a feminist? Because I don't think, I know people always say feminism means you want men and women to have equal rights. I think that's BS. I think it's an ideology.
What it's supposed to mean and what it did mean until it got hijacked by everything. Now, if you say you're a feminist, everyone's calling you a liberal and all these different things.
Yeah, everyone being conservatives call you a liberal for saying you believe men and women deserve equal rights. Like, conservatives don't know what feminism is, and they associate like the struggle for gender equality as an attack on conservative values. That's why they call you a liberal if you identify with the concept of equal rights.
But I mean, actually, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, I'd go back even further. I don't think it ever actually meant that. I think that was a way to sell feminism. But I think going back to like
what do you think it was?
Mary Wollstonecraft in the early days of feminism. I think it was just basically a view of human nature that said men and women are pretty much the same. And rather than the classical view of human nature, which is that men and women are different, vive la différence, we're complementary, you know, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, but, you know, we all get together.
Yeah, but that's not true. Like, it led to this belief that, like, women have alien minds that can't be understood by men and vice versa. You know, like, he even gives the example of men are from Mars, women are from Venus, literal aliens to each other. And that's just not true. And our lives get exponentially better when we begin treating each other on equal footing, on equal grounds, as human beings first, rather than, you know, something other than ourselves. You know, like, for example, out of a traditional view, like men are from Mars, women are from Venus, I would wager a guess that most of these conservative evangelicals don't believe that men and women can just be friends. Right? Like, under like the viewpoint of like the conservative ideology around gender, they don't believe in that. They effectively lock women out of friendship with half the human population, and they lock men out of being friends with half the human population because of how that ideology is portrayed. And yeah, men and women are fundamentally the same creature, and we shouldn't like have different rights based on whether you are a man or a woman. That's weird. It's weird, and it's just not backed up by lived experience.
In the solar system. So I think it goes deeper than it. That's one reason why I would never say I'm a feminist, is because I just don't think that's how human nature works. I love women. I think women are marvelous. I am as far from a misogynist as it is possible to be. But
I love women, and I would never say anything remotely misogynistic. But damn.
I just don't. I don't think men and women are the same. I think certain things are better for men. Certain things are better for women.
Which again is what gives rise to the idea that because men and women aren't the same, they are deserving of different rights instead of equal rights, or the idea that men deserve more rights than women. You know, like this is how you get to that point, right?
No, I think what makes us different are our strengths. I think trying to blend those together is a complete weakness. I think men and women are completely different animals and should be treated.
Literally, men and women are not completely different animals. If that were true, they wouldn't be able to have babies. Just on the most surface level of it.
Differently. So it's like the problem is they're trying to blend these things to be like, oh, we should just be living the same life and doing the same things. Absolutely not. That clear.
Why not? What if a woman wants to go be a lumberjack and chop down trees? Why should they not do that? Damn.
Clearly is not working out as we see that in society. Do I think women should have the right to vote and all these things? Which, yes, all the pick me feminists, they're like, oh my God, women shouldn't even vote. Like, I'm sorry. I think that's embarrassing. I think literally.
Yeah. I guarantee you at least two of the people on this panel believe that women shouldn't vote. I guarantee you.
All they're doing is trying to get attention from men, ironically, because most of them are probably unhappy in their marriages and not happy with all the choices they've made. I'm also
anyone who disagrees with me is a bitch.
From a different perspective. I'm in a city. I'm also not super religious. I'm very clear about that online, but I'm not going to pretend like I'm a part of this new wave of feminism. I mean, being in one of the bluest places in the country, I live a very ironically traditional and conservative lifestyle. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't go out.
Have these other two women, or like, I didn't remember if Melanie Mack had said women shouldn't vote. I know this woman did.
We're having dinner, we're cooking, we're with the dogs. We'd like to
Emily,
get married one day.
My definition of conservatism, you actually have to drink and smoke. It's actually a requirement. I see your point, because sometimes when they say women shouldn't vote, I think, hold on, then we're going to lose all the elections because we get all the only married women should vote. The single women should not vote because they all vote for Democrats. But if you really wanted to embrace the trad life, of course, nobody should vote. But that's a topic for another time.
You know, they're just coming out and saying like the heinous shit that they believe. You know, it's a little useful to us when Michael Knowles just looks into the camera and like, you know, the real traditional mindset. We need to go back to kings, monarchies, baby. Let's anoint the dictator. It's totally cool. It gets us back to tradition. You know, it's a little thing you may have heard of called the divine right of kings. We need to bring it back. Again, this is a component of the wider conspiratorial, you know, singularity, the conspiracy singularity that I talk about on this channel from time to time. Like this element that the world doesn't operate along scientific lines. You cannot understand it through that lens. Instead, you can only understand the world and live your best life if you embrace that just as God reigns supreme in like the heavenly realms over like the angels and, you know, whatnot, so too a king must rule above you know, humans in society. There must be a hierarchical structure that is enforced, right? And that is something that a lot of people in the far right embrace because it gets them closer to kind of that fascistic ideal. And I think a lot of the fascists in the United States, there's obviously a lot of comparisons to Nazi Germany, to Mussolini. I think maybe a decent comparison, a better comparison to where we're at is maybe like Franco in Spain. Like a lot of these a lot of the conservatives right now are really kind of obsessed with returning to this tradition, kind of anointing an authoritarian who will lead us on the true path to like a glorious, you know, line of succession, you know. Kind of like how Franco's stated goal was that he wanted to restore the Spanish monarchy.
Thank you so much.
I'm saying so much of it is so hypocritical, and ironically, a lot of these statements are like literally just from women to like appease men. And like, I'm sorry, I'm just like, I'm not gonna get behind that. And they called me a liberal feminist and Tommy Lauren and all these people. And like, look, we're allowed to have different perspectives, and that's also supposed to be the right wing. We're not supposed to be liberals. We're supposed to have different perspectives.
We're supposed to be allowed to be free thinkers, but unlike those liberals who, if they have any idea that differs from ours, we call them literal spawn of Satan. But we're supposed to be allowed to be free thinkers over here, unless you're a liberal, in which case, get out of here.
And actually be able to coexist with each other.
Right. And I'm not completely on the end of like, oh, women shouldn't vote and this and that. I think women should be.
Oh, okay. Look at that. I'm surprised. We've got 2 people in favor of women voting so far. I couldn't remember where Melanie Mack fell on that issue.
Well, to vote. So I'm definitely with you on that.
You're
and
a
I
liberal,
also
Melanie? I thought you were conservative.
I guess so. But I also think even if you look at the Bible, you look at the Proverbs 31 woman, she still had a job. Granted, it didn't take priority over her household. So I think that when we're talking about roles, as if a woman wants to be able to work, I mean, I'm not in a 1950s dress right now. Like,
Not yet,
I
Melanie.
work. Yeah,
Not yet.
not yet at least. So I work, and so I can't claim that everything has to be this exact same way. So I do understand that element of it, but I think that the priority with a woman in marriage, and especially if kids are involved, should be the home. That is the priority. Anything else?
Yeah, men shouldn't prioritize the home. You see how, like, if you just like point out little elements of their ideology, it just starts falling apart and getting really weird and gross and creepy and like, I don't know, derogatory towards both women and men. It's almost like this is a toxic kind of power structure that they want to set up. Just interesting observation.
Else that she wants to do if she wants to get a part-time job.
What's the mannequin in the corner? That's Laura Croft. That is the Tomb Raider.
She wants to do this or that, as long as it doesn't interfere with what she's able to do at home.
And I think it's good if you're talking about women initiating divorce and being unhappy. I think a good part of that is how do we keep women happy and stop that from happening? So saying, oh,
Oh my God. We are 34 minutes into this, and that's the first time someone has asked a decent question about this. Like, yeah, if women are getting divorced later on in the marriages and are initiating that, how do we keep women happy would be an excellent question to ask. Too bad we're 5 minutes away from the end of this video.
not force them. If going to work 3 hours a week makes her happy, whatever it is, then maybe that should be also a priority if the divorce is initiated and so high.
I have this crazy idea. Maybe we should restrict the divorce laws again, but that's much.
Yeah, got to make sure my wife doesn't divorce me in 15 years. Like we've got to make it illegal to do no fault divorce again. That was the good old days when women were stuck with you for life.
That's the much more trad right wing view. Savannah, you have been characteristically demure, quiet, and trad in this last little segment here. Final word.
I personally don't think women should vote, and that's probably going to be a very far opinion. And that's not to get male validation. That's simply like I maybe married women, because it would just be like.
I mean, just throwing this out there. If you are a woman, you do in fact have the right to not vote. You can in fact choose to not vote. That's a choice available to you. You don't have to do it. Like, actively advocating for you to not even have the right to make that choice is very weird to me. 15 years, it's a bold prediction. Look, I was just assuming she wanted to maximize that bag.
My husband having another vote. But, during like the suffragist movement, they sold this to women as, oh, well, now you can vote differently than your husband. So now you have choice. And so if we're
Yeah, that's good. Like you
going to erase women's choice, as in, going on OnlyFans or working or whatever it may be, then you have to repeal the 19th too. I mean,
what that's not an argument. Also, like, your argument was literally also, if women are going on OnlyFans, we have to repeal the 19th Amendment. What? That is not a logical train of thought.
So that we're losing elections. We lost in what was it, 2020, because single women were voting. So I think that's a problem.
I thought it was the ballot drop
again,
boxes, but it's a fair point. I mean, there were plenty of women during the suffragette
fraud,
movement.
voter ID, but it's like, also, didn't you vote? Didn't you vote for Trump?
Well, but it was like my husband had another vote. I'm not voting against my husband.
Yeah, because you're two different people. You're two different people. You each get a say. Yeah, you might not have voted against your husband. Other people might want to.
If I was voting against my husband, that would be a problem.
I don't think couples should be voting.
Why would that be a problem? It's a representative democracy. We live in a representative democracy. The goal of the government is to represent where the people are at. If you disenfranchise half the population, it stops functioning as a representative democracy. Not that difficult.
Against each other, right? And I think the man should be the head of the household. So I can see that element of it for sure. Women.
So I can wait. I can see like how women shouldn't have the right to vote. I think it's actually, you can think it through, and it's actually like kind of a good idea. But I think maybe women should still vote. I think that's biblical. Yeah, it's very biblical. Think of the Proverbs 31 woman.
Melanie, you're more on Savannah's side.
I'm kind of in between, because like I don't want to be told I can't.
I'm kind of in between on whether or not I should have rights. Is one of the wildest takes I've ever seen in my life. I'm kind of in between on whether or not I deserve to be treated as an equal person to a man. I just, oh my god, it's wild.
Vote. I'm single too, so I don't want to be told I can't vote. Like,
what? You single? The woman famous for going to the ER for eating too much butter and not drinking water? You, the woman who says a slur like every single time they're on camera? You mean people find you insufferable? That's crazy.
Why not? I would be told. Look, sorry to interrupt, Melanie, but I'm a millennial. Millennials have voted traditionally for Democrats. If you told me, Michael, we're going to disenfranchise all the millennials, you'll never get to vote again, but we're going to get good government. Say, like, where do I sign up? Take all my votes, please. It's a hassle to go vote. What do I need that for? The point of the voting is the good government. And to your point, Savannah, I mean,
the point of the voting is good government. And that's why we need women to stop voting, so we can finally have good government. That's a holy shit. These people hate women so much. It's crazy.
There were a lot of women who were opposed to the suffragettes, and they didn't want the right to vote. And the reason, I don't think, was that they were, dumb or slaves or something like that. Their arguments were the argument that the basic unit of society should be the family, not the individual. So they were making principled arguments. You can disagree with those arguments. Obviously, they're kind of...
Yeah, if you're not married, go fuck yourself. In this world... Yeah, you're not married, you can't get a vote. You have to be married, you have to own land.
Irrelevant now because women have had the right to vote for 100 years. But they were making serious arguments. So then, I don't know. I mean, what do you say, Emily? I don't think we're going to repeal the 19th Amendment anytime soon. But is it? Would it not be more conservative if the political order was based on the family rather than the individual?
Yeah, but there's also, that goes across too many different things of like rights that we should have, and it's just
are we in the leopards eating face portion of this conversation yet? I think we're getting there.
It's ridiculous. I don't even really believe, like, yeah, okay, would we be more conservative? Sure. Would I risk like all females not being able to vote? No. And I don't really think females believe that. I think they say these things online to get male validation.
Savannah, are you a
because their
pick-me?
accounts
Are you doing
appealing to
pick-me
men.
stuff?
I'm married. I don't need to be picked. I've already been picked.
Yeah, but every single thing
That's not what that means. You know what that means, though, girl.
you say is literally appealing to men and usually hating on women as well, which is funny because I would think if I was in a happy marriage, I wouldn't even do this. Like, I would just go out and just be happy and do my thing. I think the advice you give to women is awful. I think it's at a detriment to them. And I don't think it comes from true happiness. And I think it really does come out of insecurity from being in, frankly, a lavender marriage, as everyone online can see.
Oh, shit. I don't know. Okay, well, now I have to look up this lady's husband. Now, first of all, we are truly back in McCarthyist times. I don't think I've ever heard some actual living person say lavender marriage. I've only read about it when reading about the lavender scare in the McCarthy era. Who is this? Savannah F. Stone? I'm sorry that I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for the banner image. I wasn't prepared for the banner image. I do have to wonder if they have merch. Can I get some Submissive Society merch for reasons? Oh, you can't see the banner? Sorry, here you go. Here. Can I open it in a new tab? Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Can I buy merch? Is that an option? Oh god, there's no merch store. Fuck. Oh, my life is ruined. God damn it. That being said, okay, Savannah F. Stone husband. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a picture of her and a person I think is her husband. I need the cowboy one. I just saw the there was a cowboy picture and it didn't take me to the cowboy picture. God damn it. Why? God damn it. Wait. Damn it. Damn it. All right. Whatever. It's fine. I thought I solved the problem and I didn't. My bad. All right. Oh my god, they're all reals. I just want to see. I just want to click on a picture of your husband. Why are they all calling him gay? If somebody's in a lavender marriage chat, what that means is essentially that like they're a beard. Like that the woman here is claiming that this Savannah got married to a gay man, and so they're in a lavender marriage. Oh my god, they're all reals. Fuck this. I'm done. All right, here we go. Back into the breach.
For the person.
God damn it.
Sense at all.
No.
A large number of crimes
Jesus,
are motivated by hatred
why
in
is
some
this
capacity or another.
happening?
People don't generally murder.
All right, we're good.
I want you to tell women what to...
I clicked on too many things. All right, here we go.
Risk like all females not being able to vote? No. And I don't really think females believe that. I think they say these things online to get male validation.
Savannah, are you a
because their
pick-me?
accounts
Are you doing
appealing to
pick-me stuff?
men.
I'm married. I don't need to be picked. I've already been picked.
Well, actually, just like I would just go out and just be happy and do my thing. I think the advice you give to women is awful. I think it's at a detriment to them. And I don't think it comes from true happiness. And I think it really does come out of insecurity from being in, frankly, a lavender marriage, as everyone online can see.
I disagree. I think
Are
Savannah.
you that easily manipulated by TikTok rumors?
What is it? Can you clear up for a millennial? What's a lavender marriage?
Man in 2
Michael, you know.
seconds.
Oh, a lavender.
Like Michael, you know. You've starred in gay films. You know what that means.
For marriage is when you
why do you think I called you out for hating on me
Crazy.
specifically?
Isn't a lavender marriage
Because
usually
you
like
berated my husband online? You berated my
Oh.
husband for absolutely no reason.
No, I just looked at 2 seconds. I was like, oh, that's a gay man. That's why she's
what?
So sassy on
That's I think that's uncalled for. I don't know anybody's
No,
personal.
What? How dare you slander a good straight man? Why, I, Melody Mack, would never stand for that. That's some real insert slur behavior.
Lives here. This is what
Wow.
this is the thing, my perspective of what I'm seeing. Savannah is saying all this because she is in an ideal situation. She's in a happy situation. So in an ideal
situation, married to a potentially gay man at what, 19 is a
how do
All right,
you
listen.
know?
As someone
In an ideal
who's tap danced in
situation-
his life, I want you to know not every guy who's a little theatrical is lighting the loafers. All right. On that note, we have to let you all go. I look forward to chatting again, though. You can follow Melanie Mack.
Yeah, I love that Michael Knowles is like, now. Let those of us who have been accused of being in lavender marriages cast the first stone. I've been told I'm a little light in my loafers. Like, okay, Michael, we know. We know, like, one of the number one searches related to Michael Knowles is if he's gay or not. We all understand this. And there's a reason for some of the speculation, for sure. Like, I don't know. Again, he was in a movie where he did this. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice for someone who rose up to be a virulent anti-LGBTQ bigot. But, whatever. Nothing means anything anymore.
At Melanie Mack. You can follow Emily at Emily Saves America. You can follow Savannah Faith Stone at Savannah Faith Stone. I can't wait for part 2. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
God, he's such a weird little demon. It's crazy. Anyway, interesting stuff for sure. I just really want to stress, like, conservatives really hate women. Like, really hate women. And they really hate men too. It's just that, like, for some reason they never get called out for the ways in which they hate men. It's really bizarre, and I think we should do more of that. Savannah Stone's husband. Yeah. Reactionary conservative evil shit really is the fallback career for failed actors and comedians. It really is. This is how they choose to try and get famous these days. Just who can go online and say the worst shit. The only time I've seen it really backfire as a strategy is like that lady who tried to get famous for saying the N-word. And like conservative media almost like went along with that. And I guess I'm glad that's still a line that like mainstream media doesn't want to cross. Anyway, that was a time. I'm enjoying the brain rot stream. We need to get back to basics sometimes. Now, folks, if you are enjoying the show, if you're getting anything out of this, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And please consider clicking the goddamn button, like the goddamn YouTube stream. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click let's see here. Boo. Remember to like the stream, folks. Sorry we got such a late start tonight. Just throwing it out there though that we have around 240 people watching right now on the YouTube channel and only 140 likes. I think you guys can hit 150. I believe in you guys. I think you can do it. Those are rookie numbers. Let's pump those up. You know what we need, Riverbed Jack? A panel of big left influencers to talk about these big issues from a left perspective. I mean, maybe the issue is the leftist media ecosystem is very different from the conservative media ecosystem. There's not like a leftist, I don't know, organizing apparatus. You know, there's not funding out there for it. And like, I can tell you, there are tons of panels with like left-leaning folks talking about issues like this. You just never see them because there's no money behind it. Like there's you know, if in order to be like a full-time content creator, you need to get insanely lucky. And I've gotten insanely lucky in the fact that like you guys pay and support my content because I could not do it without you guys. But like there's not like a council of left-leaning creators. Like we don't all know each other. We don't all talk to each other. They're cliquey as fuck. If when you go to like a more popular circles, and part of that is out of necessity because you kind of need to like protect yourself a little bit more the bigger you get. But like it would be cool if we had stuff like that. But the other issue is all of these panel shows you're seeing, like this Michael Knowles panel show we just watched, like it's being subsidized by billionaires, you know? Like stuff like this does not do great in the general algorithm, but conservatives put it out on their shows because they know this is the type of messaging that is necessary to achieve the aims of their donors, you know? Yeah, a lot of the panel discussions, I'm open to having those. It's just that like you know, we need funding if we want to diversify the content that's being made available, I guess. You should hook up with 21st century suffragettes. I don't know what that means. It sounds like you're telling me to have sex with women in the 21st century who believe in their right to vote. And you know, like I have sex with one. That's my partner. Where are these small left panels you speak of? I mean, they used to be on Twitch, but that kind of programming and show really died off. I know that like you can find like no-name channels that have those discussions happening, and they're cool, they're neat, but I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. We need to see you debate with somebody, but in a conversation, it'd be so freaking awesome. Yeah, I agree. I think the content would be great. Also, I really want to do a call-in stream sometime. I think it'll be nice when things slow down a little bit, hopefully soon. Yeah, leftist Mafia is a good example of a bigger show that does that. Isn't the Serfs a part of a leftist panel? Yeah, the leftist Mafia. Oh, the line is a good show that does kind of a panel type discussion, though it's typically directed more towards, you know, one or two people at a time rather than like 5 or 6. Hey, Quirky Nico. Yeah, there's a show called The Line where people call in and debate primarily about religion, but also about politics. Leftist Mafia missed an opportunity not having you as a more permanent member. Yeah, but you know, like that's okay. I'm not obligated to be on anybody else's show. Honestly, this is the best place ever. Hell yeah, Tristan. How's Progressive Victory doing these days? Haven't seen much happening with them in a while, but maybe I've been living under a rock. I believe they've been doing trainings in the Discord and organizing behind some of the smaller races that are coming up. Specifically, now I think they're focused on some of the races in like November, maybe. Boo. All right. Let's move along, shall we? Oh god. Okay.
About how.
Oh god. Okay. Now, chat. I'm trying to debate what type of brain rot I should subject you all to now. Okay. Because we have some new contenders, we have some old contenders, and I'm trying to figure out what the content is going to be here. Let's see, I also need to use the bathroom, and either of the segments I'm looking at starting here are going to be lengthy. Let's see. Do I need to give you like a dono goal in order to unlock pain? Do I need to... I'm just wondering, like, what kind of situation? Oh god, what kind of situation we should really look into? Cool, I like this. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna set a poll in Riverboat chat. Let's go vote. What rot? Do you want spirit, science, or think before you sleep, or what if alt? Or do you want Night's Watch? Okay, those are your 4 options. Okay, gonna run the poll. I'm gonna trust a mod to tell me who won because I'm gonna be in the bathroom, but I will BRB, folks. Actually, I'll stick around and watch. Do 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 do. We'll play the traditional waiting song. Okay, we did it. It looks like what if alt hist is the top choice, which means we're gonna make that our dono incentive. For a handful more of donos, we'll unlock some what if alt hist, but we're gonna do an interstitial bit of content, but after I use the bathroom. BRB, folks. You voted, but have you considered that women shouldn't vote?
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving midst the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. All the world that's owned by idle drones is ours and ours alone. We have laid the wide foundations, built it skyward stone by stone. It is ours not to slave in, but to master and to own, while the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Hell yeah. Jagor89, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Appreciated. Getting a head start on subscribing, I see. Excellent, excellent work. All right, 1 second here. Okay. So, got to set this number. Okay. There we go, folks. 1 out of 20. All right. You hit 20 subs, we'll do some What If Alt Hist content. In the meantime, we've got other fish to fry. Dug a dildo.
Dug a dill dog. You are welcome.
Knife is stuck. Thank you for the $5 dono. All right. Dill dog. I will never get over that Scott Adams wanted to use that. Not in a million years. I really used to like Dilbert, and now it's so weird as a, you know, there are just like a handful of content creators like I really enjoyed, and finding out that like Scott Adams like is just like absolutely batshit insane, like that was a blow. Who's Scott Adams? He's the cartoonist who made Dilbert. He's also like super racist. Yeah, Gamer G, if Bill Watterson turns out to be like a crazy conservative, I'm not going to be okay. Please check on me if like Bill Watterson finally comes out of like, I don't know, his self-imposed offline existence and like posts for the first time and it's just like the N-word. Like please check on me because I'm not going to be okay.
Chat, I can only show you the door. Only you can milk the man.
I do not fillet Nazis.
Sam, most thing for the 10 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate it.
How can we all have died at the same time?
There we go. All right, we're jumping into our piece of interstitial content. And what I mean by that is, I saw one of you in chat. I saw. Here, you know what? That's right. I saw one of you in chat. I saw one of you in chat asking for some spirit science content, and you know what? Sure. Why not? Let's go over to the Spirit Science channel and see what's shaking. All right, so we've got Spirit Science channel with 1.5 million subscribers, and well, let's take a look at one of the recent episodes. Spirit Science 31, Secrets of the Moon. Let's learn about the moon together, folks. Let's learn about. Oh God, the other one is Unlock the Pineal Gland. People like this believe like the pineal gland hardens and closes your third eye and like robs you of your spiritual potential. So you need to unlock it.
Man, I love the moon. Would you say the moon is masculine or feminine?
Spiritually speaking, I've most often heard that it embodies female energy.
Me too, but we have Mother Nature full of life and creation. Wouldn't the moon be the father?
Yeah, you might think so. However, our celestial father is most definitely the sun. It's because of our father above and our mother below that allows all of this life to exist.
Yeah, the moon's more like our, I don't know, bastard stepchild, I guess. Spiritually speaking, of course.
The moon is actually neither, which makes me think it must be more like a cousin. But perhaps what's more curious about old Lady Luna...
What does that mean? That's no moon. But what does that mean? What does it mean to be spiritually like a... What is that? We're already so far off the rails of like what any of this might mean.
That her existence has actually never been explained by modern science.
Who needs science to explain things?
Right. I mean, I know you don't. But isn't it interesting?
What? I mean, sure, why rely on science to explain things when you can simply make it all the fuck up? I guess is a counter argument that I hadn't considered. I'm unprepared for that. Cool. Checkmate, atheists.
That using science we can build nuclear weapons, but cannot even explain this most ancient entity that floats at our doorstep?
Also, there are explanations for how the moon came to exist. There are a bunch of them. We just haven't been able to test them yet. Like, if you talk to astronomers and physicists, there are hypotheses and like explanations for that. And I guess you could be forgiven for not knowing that if you're like a middle schooler and you just had one class of science under your belt.
What's stranger, the moon is actually far too big to be a natural satellite of the Earth.
What?
If I'm not mistaken, there is not...
What? There are bigger moons.
A single other planet in our solar system whose moon compares in ratio to our own Earth-moon ratio.
Yeah. But there are also bigger moons out there. You can find objects with bigger ratios, like when you're talking about Pluto and it's oh god, I forget the name of its companion body. But like there are other ratios out there. Yeah, Charon, thank you.
Our moon is actually larger than Pluto. The current leading theory in science is that something like a Mars-sized planet-like rock came out of nowhere and hit the Earth.
Oh, okay, wait. So there is an explanation that you immediately
Good
launched
rule of
into
thumb.
telling us.
If something has to be qualified with a prefix like alternative or complementary or cleansing, it's bunk. Alternative science just means not science.
Exactly. It's not science. Thank you for the $10 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen. Very much appreciated. You all are currently 5 subs away from unlocking our additional content.
And it became the moon. And when those physics didn't work out, they came up with a new theory.
Wait, what do you mean when the physics didn't work out? That, to my knowledge, that is still the presiding theory.
It said that the same planet-like rock-like thing hits the planet, bounces around, and then hits it again, and then becomes the moon. Needless to say, the physics still didn't work.
It does, though? Here's literally, this is from 2022 from NASA.
How many Doms for goal?
Just one, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You guys have officially unlocked the next phase after this, but we are going to finish it. Also, isn't this model neat? I just think it's cool. I think science is neat. Isn't the universe like a cool place? Oh god. This is another cool science video, but like unrelated. Unironically, could watch this forever. Honestly, right? Like, if you guys ever need like some visual stimulus, go to NASA and look up NASA's YouTube channel for like their research center. They have just a bunch of models with like chill music, like just models of different scientific phenomenon that they use their supercomputer to emulate, and it's pretty cool. It's a vibe for sure. Speaking of vibes, back to whatever the hell's happening here.
Well, what the hell? Is there more?
Well, now that you ask, have you ever heard anything about it being hollow?
Hollow?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've got the details somewhere here.
Oh
Let's see.
my god. Are we getting Hollow Earth? I actually did not know Spirit Science was a hollow earther. Let's go. Journey to the center of the earth. Let's go, baby.
Here it is. In November of 1969, NASA crashed a lunar module into the moon, causing the equivalent of 1 ton of TNT. NASA said that the moon reverberated like a gong for half an hour.
Oh my
Then
god.
they did it again, causing an impact of 11.5 tons of TNT, and it rang like a bell for over 4 hours.
Oh my god.
It vibrated in a way as if it were hollowed out, with giant hydraulic damper struts inside of it.
Wow.
Yeah, because something vibrating means that it's hollow. It has an advanced hydraulic system under the surface. Oh boy. Okay.
Too easy.
Want to know something else?
Always.
The surface of the moon contains minerals like titanium, but also processed metals like brass and mica. It also contains something called uranium-236 and neptunium, which are
all of that can form naturally.
Both minerals that have never been found to occur naturally. Uranium.
That's just not true.
Uranium-236 is a long-lived nuclear waste that appears in spent nuclear fuel.
There are natural nuclear reactions that take place in the world around us. One of a fascinating rabbit hole to go down sometime if you're ever bored is natural nuclear reactors, which is when like just the conditions become right by random chance underground and things start generating radioactivity. It's really interesting.
And neptunium is a radioactive byproduct of nuclear reactors when plutonium is being created. This means that at least some of the rocks...
No, it doesn't mean that there are nuclear reactors on the moon. It just means that at some point in the past there were natural nuclear reactions as a result of the minerals and materials in like the structure of the moon. That happens on Earth too. Here, here. Science History Institute Museum and Library. Let's take a look just real quick. The world's only natural nuclear reactor. Article from 2 years ago. What a bizarre sight in Africa. 1.7 billion year old completely natural nuclear reactor says about the future of energy production on planet Earth. Yeah. It's interesting. I'll link this here, but yeah, this can absolutely happen naturally in nature. Long link. Sorry. There we go. Better link.
on the moon are most likely synthetic. And while it's only...
Hey, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What's this?
Oh, man first landed on the moon.
I do.
But our fungineers think it might have happened something like this.
We're whalers on the moon. We carry a harpoon, but there ain't no whale, so we tell tall tales and sing a whaling tune. We're whalers. That's not how it happened.
Oh, really?
Oh man, I need to watch Futurama again. That show is really good.
A theory, I wouldn't say it's illogical to come to the conclusion that it could be artificially created.
That's really intense.
Also, you know the
yes. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy approach to moon creation. Gotcha.
Craters on the moon?
Intimately.
Well, craters should vary in depth due to the size and impact of the various spaces.
Yeah, like there are exactly, Mithro. Like obvious, like an object vibrates when you hit it with something. That's true of any object in the universe. It's true of our planet. An earthquake is like seismic sized vibrations through the crust of the earth. Like that's a thing that happens all the time. It's not an indicator that our planet is hollow.
Rocks that hit them, right? We can tell that there was a difference in the meteor sizes that hit the moon by the diameters of each crater. And yet, how come all of them, across the board, are the same depth?
Mother of...
They aren't the same depth, but also because objects hitting at different speeds are going to result in different depths, but also there are limits to how deep something will go. Generally, there are going to be averages of strike speed and size. And so when you see random crater number 567, like it's going to conform to a general set of depth, but you're also going to see deeper ones for deeper, harder impacts.
God, an impenetrable shell. Look at that quote from a NASA scientist. It's easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than to explain its existence.
Ha ha ha. Better not check anything else NASA's said since then.
Here's another one. The best explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon does not exist.
Yeah, better not look up anything else astrophysicists have to say on the subject. Those 2 quotes, they got you covered. You don't need a degree. You don't need to look up and read anything. Those 2 quotes, good enough.
Oh, here. Read this part here.
David Icke's research led him to shaman around the world. Zulu tribes speak of the moon being an egg. They symbolize it to be an egg for good reason. The ancient African and Sumerian legends talk of 2 brothers, Wawain and Mpanku, that emptied out the yolk and rolled the moon across the sky to the earth and caused cataclysmic events hundreds of generations before our time.
I'm not sure how it fits.
Wait, who is trying to say this? David Icke?
Oh, here. Read this part here.
David Icke's research led him.
Who's David Icke? Oh, this is probably the guy. Former footballer and sports broadcaster. Let's take a look. He claimed in 1991 that he was the son of the Godhead and the world would soon be devastated by tidal waves and earthquakes. Cool. Oh, his appearance led to public ridicule. Books Icke wrote for the next 11 years developed his worldview of a New Age conspiracy. Reactions to his endorsement of an anti-Semitic fabrication, the protocols of the Elders of Zion in Robots Rebellion, and The Truth Shall Set You Free led to his publisher to decline further books. And he has self-published since then because he keeps endorsing the protocols of the Elders of Zion. You know, one of the first anti-Semitic conspiracies, like in like the 1800s, 1700s, to gain like mass acknowledgement. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we're doing some like Holocaust denialism in here. Yeah, he talks about the Anunnaki. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. He's denied the Holocaust. And has argued that Holocaust denial should be taught in schools. That's a direct quote. That's insane. Holy shit. Okay, but yeah, well, if this guy says something's true, that's clearly...
To shaman around the world, Zulu tribes speak of the moon being an egg. They symbolize it to be an egg for good reason. The ancient African and Sumerian legends talk of two brothers, Wawan and Mpanku, that emptied out the yolk and rolled the moon across the sky to the earth and caused cataclysmic events hundreds of generations before our time.
I'm not sure how it fits, but this says here that the rocks on the moon are older than the earth itself.
Heavens. You know, I think I've only ever seen...
David Icke appeared on Penn and Teller's BS show where he kept talking about proof of the existence of aliens. That was like season 1. But like, all these people talk about having the proof, but they never have proof. You know, it's wild. I happen to believe that if you think the moon is hollow, you should be able to demonstrate that.
Seen one side of the moon. I wonder why it doesn't spin like other planets.
That's a good question. On that topic too, have you ever noticed that the size and position of the moon is exactly in the right place to create a perfect solar eclipse?
This is injecting a lot of cognitive cancer into my brain, and it's getting difficult.
That's so intense. You know, the moon actually holds the Earth in a sideways tilt. If we didn't have the moon, we wouldn't have the same length of days or nights.
Yes, if things were different, they sure would be different.
Or experience the 4 seasons like we do. It also intimately controls the tides.
You're right.
You know, if the sun stopped existing tomorrow, we'd be dead in minutes. It's, you know, like wow, yeah. When you think about it that way, it's so profound.
Just like the tides, it even bends the water in our bodies. That's why on nights of the full moon, there's always an increase of violent crimes. And probably passionate love.
Probably. You know, what if we just imagine that to be true?
It used to be a legal defense to say that one was moonstruck.
Yeah, and that was kind of bullshit, wasn't it? You know, the used to be is carrying a lot of weight here when that's not a good excuse for doing anything, actually.
These things were deliberately introduced to the Earth, maybe for a purpose.
It's a possibility.
What do you think that purpose could be?
Oh, snap!
They say that the beings who put it there were trying to bring a new frequency to the planet, or maybe even provide us with some sort of resonation or gravitational wave that was vital for our survival. I've read that the Earth isn't even in the right place in the solar system anymore.
If my grandmother had wheels, she'd have been a bicycle.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the $5 dono. Anything's possible when you just say shit and don't care about whether it's true or not. Well, yes, the aliens put the moon directly where it is so that it could serve as a shield for us from the rest of the galaxy because our planet was knocked out of alignment, probably by evil beings from Mars. Let's see if we find that out.
The story goes that at one point, the Earth used to exist between Mars and Jupiter.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It may have even been slightly
right.
larger than it is today.
I might be right.
But it was hit, and it flew off course, creating the asteroid belt, which is mostly frozen water and rock debris, and wound up in a new orbit, right here. But because of the impact of what happened, this planet was going to die, and it needed some help to keep it spinning and keep its orbit proper. And thus, the moon was put there by some advanced alien race or a higher form of consciousness who saw it as a requirement for the planet's survival.
Why believe any of this? This is just like hallucinogenic nonsense that has no proof. This is as true as saying like, yes, like the Maiar sang the moon into being with their mighty magics that later would go on to flow through the form of Gandalf the Grey. Like, yes, the hobbits emerged from the primordial space tree in order to summon a shield to protect our planet from the evil forces of Zargon. And it's like, well, wait a minute, but like, we have no evidence of that, so we shouldn't believe any of that. If we have evidence, maybe believe that. We don't have evidence to that effect.
Maybe even our own survival, which would explain why the Earth-to-Moon ratio is found within the human energy field. Then, events such as the falling of Atlantis and rising back to consciousness could take place
just a casual name drop of Atlantis being real.
under circumstances that otherwise couldn't have happened.
That's really amazing. Wait, did you say that?
Yeah, that sounds really out there. That sounds absolutely unbelievable.
Human geometries match the Earth and the Moon ratio.
Hey, I think you're really gonna love this. In Drimbolo's Flower of Life books, he shows these drawings here. As you can see, this is the Egg of Life, mapped over Leonardo da Vinci's Canon of Man, along with a proportionate 8x8 grid. Around the Egg of Life, you see 2 rings. This is the...
The Egg of... Yeah, everyone, the Egg of Life. Come on, get together with the Egg of Life program, guys. You two, are you finding eggs too expensive in the supermarket? We'll get in on this Egg of Life.
Zona pellucida, the membrane around the structure.
Okay, so I get that those things are important sacred geometry that are connected.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just mathematical. It's just like mathematical like ratios. It doesn't have an actual effect on reality. This is like yes, we can count by tens. It's satisfying, but it's not like an intrinsic fact about the world.
Somehow, but I don't see the link yet.
It's okay, we're just getting started. First, we have to identify the male and female side of the equation.
What?
On the top level, you have a circle and a...
That doesn't mean anything. There's not a male side of an equation or a female side of an equation because an equation is just a mathematical proof. God damn it.
Square. They fractal down to the 8 physical spheres and the 8x8 grid of squares. See how you can draw a circle that fits perfectly inside of these circles, and you'll get a circle that's just slightly smaller than the 4 squares put together? It just so happens to also fit perfectly around the edge, balancing between the inner circles and the outer larger circle. Now, if we take...
Man, wait until someone introduces this guy to fractals. He's gonna lose his goddamn mind.
Take the 4 squares and use them as a measure, we can create a new circle, slightly larger than the smaller one we just drew. If we move
Screaming
it to the top,
in math
it pushes
major.
out beyond the inner circle a little bit, and what we're left with is the inner and outer edge of the zona pellucida, and a delineation of the human energy field.
Good job,
This is
Eddie.
the
You
location
counted
of the
by
13th
tens.
chakra, by the way, at the very top of our energy field.
Ah, the locations of the chakra. Of course. Of course.
Space! Of course!
Above our head. Now, nobody knows where this next part I'm about to show you actually comes from. The earliest source, Lawrence Blair, claims that he got it from older work. But using the tip of the zona pellucida as a radial point between it and the square to create a new sphere, this then delineates the field of the 13th chakra.
Like, I'm sorry. if you ever hear someone talking like this, you need to not you need to like distance yourself from them, because like they're not a safe person to be around. This is nonsense.
Ratio between
Where did you hide your chakra today? I hid it next to my clown chakra. I have to be very careful. If I jiggle that clown chakra, you know, disaster ensues.
This new sphere, and a sphere based off of this square, the physical form of the Earth, is the exact same ratio as that of the Earth and the Moon. You'll also notice, too, that the zona pellucida has actually merged with the square around the body and planet to create...
What can men do against such reckless lying? I don't know, develop some amount of riz that allows you to realize when someone's rizzing you up for a scam.
The phi ratio. It's a bridge to a higher consciousness.
Whoa. So what's the importance of these numbers?
In the circle and square diagram, to create the phi ratio, the circumference of a circle must be equal to the perimeter of a square. When you calculate the perimeter of the square that would be around the physical Earth, it comes to 31,680 miles, which is the diameter of the Earth times 4. To get the circle around the Earth is a little bit more tricky because you have the moon's involvement. You have to imagine the moon is perfectly placed.
Yeah, like sacred geometry is just, how do I put this? It is taking pattern recognition, like basic pattern recognition, and giving it visual pattern recognition, I mean, and pairing that with numerology. It's just the, I guess, geometric version of numerology. It's meaningless, you know, in any kind of way of getting us to something true. I think you can look at patterns and find them visually pleasing, but that doesn't speak to some kind of like profound spiritual truth intrinsic to the universe. And it's just pattern recognition gone awry, you know? How do we get this guy some psychiatric help? I mean, this guy has been accused of some pretty heinous shit. So I don't know. I think it's fine to
math,
just make
but
fun of this
without
guy.
the fun or work.
It's math without the fun or work. Indeed, Saket Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Like I make these videos, right? Because I think it is good to denounce this type of thinking. This is a very prominent mode of thinking in conservative circles, new age, you know, crystal mommy circles. And it's how you get kind of like those new age, like spiritual, esoteric Nazis, you know? And I think we need to be outspoken about this shit when we see it. And it's just, this guy's easy to make fun of. He's an easy target to turn into a vehicle for, hey, don't fall for this. Please, don't fall for this.
I just returned to male and female side of the equation. What does that even mean? Are limits genderqueer? When we start factoring equations, is that gender affirming care or something?
Genuinely, it doesn't make sense unless you buy into their nonsense already. You already have to be onboarded into this shit in order to just like not blink when they say things like that and just like roll with it. You can't think about any one part of this too much, otherwise it all falls apart. You know, if you have a single question at any point when listening to a spiel like this, you need to like follow that up. You know, you need to do like some classic Google debunking.
Google debunkers.
Because ultimately, if you had a question like in that first minute when they're talking about like, oh, look at these NASA scientists unable to explain that, there should be like a little voice in your head that's like, is that true? And then you Google debunk it.
Google debunkers.
And you find out that in fact, NASA and astrophysics at large have explanations for the creation of the moon, and you realize, oh, this person's just full of shit. Like, that should be your major off-ramp from falling for this. But, like, really at any point, stopping and asking a question about this and genuinely pursuing a tangible answer rooted in our material reality is going to serve as another one of those potential off-ramps.
Against the Earth without going into it at all. Then we take the diameter of...
Oh, I can confirm, Celestial Heart writes, oh, I can confirm that. My cousin started getting violently angry when people would disagree with her or just state basic facts that counter shit like chemtrails. Yeah, exactly. Not mad. I love weird cult brain rot. Jack knows if she fires up happy signs, I'm gonna dono. Hell yeah.
The Earth and the diameter of the Moon, add them together, and multiply by pi. It comes out at 31,667.
Holy crap, they're almost the exact same numbers.
Exactly. There's a 13-mile difference, but 13 miles is nothing when you consider that the ocean rises nearly 27.
Yeah, also go follow Mini Minuteman. Everyone should watch Mini Minuteman. Excellent channel. One of the first good Milos on YouTube.
Miles around the equator.
So what does all of this mean to us, Mr. Patch?
What does it mean? What does it mean? I guess it means that the moon is not just this random satellite that has nothing to do with us. It's there for a reason, for a chance. A chance that we might just make the most important
And you're basing that off of what piece of evidence? Because all of this has just been idle speculation, not actually backed up by any facts.
Decision that we've ever made as a species, and create together a new way of life.
Literal moon logic, indeed, Weird Beards.
On this planet. It's up to the collective, to all of mankind. Do we choose love, or do we choose chaos and war?
Why did you choose the Sugar Plum Fairy song for this? This is weird. The vibes are bad.
Maybe a little bit of both from the looks of it right now. But times are changing. This isn't the old world anymore. It's now a matter of survival and collaboration. The moon appears to offer us the opportunity to change, to become aware, to grow. But it won't make the decision for us.
I'm sorry, okay, teleportation is a thing in this religious world view? Okay, interesting.
That's up to us.
Okay, you've officially blown my mind hole clean off. This seems to be evidence of a long-lost secret that has to do with
Except the evidence has to have proof, and you haven't presented any. This has just been, what if the moon was created by superheroes? That's literally what you've presented, and there's no evidence of any of the superheroes. And you're saying the lack of evidence, the fact that we thought maybe it was made by superheroes is evidence, and that's just not how evidence works.
Evolution. I wonder if we will realize this mystery in this lifetime. Either way, I still love the moon, man.
Me too. Want some beans?
More than anything ever, Mr. Patch. Anything ever.
What? What is happening? Always great to have a video supposedly trying to be informational about the moon, and one of the first sources you cite is who built the moon. Yeah. I wonder if it has an agenda. My God. Could the moon be a dragon egg? That would be amazing. I'm sorry. Brought to you by Patchman and the King of Atlantis. I'm sorry. Was the other character in this video supposed to be the King of Atlantis? Because we did not get that, actually. Just some wild revelations thrown in the credits here. God. Humanity is done for, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, like, basically every generation has thought, well, this is it, and it's just our turn to feel that way right now. But we do have to actually be wary and on our guard and, take action to combat shit like this. As long as there are people fighting to make things better, we're not cooked. We're not fully cooked. I thought the moon was a cheese wheel or something. Genuinely, nothing they said was able to disprove that the moon's made of cheese. The moon is a dragon egg?
Oh, Doctor, where have you gone?
I feel like I don't want to watch this because it seems like it might have spoilers, but I find this very promising. A Doctor Who clip titled "The Moon Hatches, Kill the Moon," and that's badass right there. I do agree. If the moon ever does hatch, we probably should kill the moon. That makes a lot of sense to me. Um, God. This video makes me think calling non-science things science should be fined and the money sent to fund education. Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, spirit science. Not even once. Not even once should you uncritically consume spirit science. Not even once. Be on the lookout for this fascist nonsense. And with that, we're done with this segment, baby. What wild nonsense. Let's see. All right, you guys have in fact gotten enough subs and donos in order to unlock a what if alt hist segment. You guys did it. Let's let's get into it. I'm gonna go get some more water and maybe eat one of these slices of mango that have been looking at me. But I will be right back. You have dried mango? I do. It's really tasty. From one insanity to another, right? Who unlocked all the subs in my basement? Oh my god. I'm having a good time with today's stream. I will be right back. Why can't I purchase a membership? It should be like a little dollar icon next to the chat. All right, folks. I have a mango in me. I have my water. If I die and you play Dugadoo and I don't wake up to throw a chair at the speaker, that's when you'll know I'm truly gone. I'm sorry, Banana Brains. All right. Y'all ready? It's time. It's time for us to dive once more. Here, you know what? It's time for us to dive once more onto the breach, my friends. You see, What If Altist has released a new video titled "The Rise and Fall of the Blue Pill," and well, that's a title that's too juicy for me to pass up. I love to hear what Rudyard's criticisms are of the left. Let's go through it point by point. Let's dive in, shall we? Here we go.
How honest the field of history is that's going on now. This is a discussion I think society should have, but I don't think we frankly have the literacy or the honesty for either our chattering or ruling class to do so now.
I don't think that this is a guy who should be talking about literacy. Like, What If Alt Hist has literally said multiple times on like so many different videos that like, oh, scientists just don't research X or Y or Z. Nobody writes books about X, Y, or Z anymore. And it's just not true. There are tons of books in those different fields and categories that he lists. There's tons of research being done all the time. It's truly bizarre, the world he lives in. So I don't think he should get the high ground on literacy.
In that when you're looking at studying the past today, you find that almost all criticisms about how history is written come from a place of ideology, and that they only care about the politically important current events. Our entire culture has been consumed inside the obsession of politics, and practically no one is genuinely looking for the truth now.
I do have to ask, unironically, have we covered this before? Is this video ringing a bell for any of you fans of my What If Alt Hist coverage? Because it feels very similar to stuff he says all the time. I don't think. Did I accidentally choose a segment that we've done before? I need to just look on my channel real quick. Like I'm just getting such a strong sense of deja vu. Oh god, what is this? So okay, nope. All right. I think this is just, it's the voice. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It feels so uncanny sometimes doing What If Alt Hist content. Yeah, we watched one Spirit Science video. Now I'm astrally projecting across space and time.
When they look upon the past, they only see the reflection of the present. As a general rule, in the ancient world, the issue is lack of sources. However, for the last 1,000 years of Western history, we have so much evidence on literally everything, from each perspective.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Only a certain group of people could read or write. So the perspective and like relation of events is highly limited. Like I'm sorry, there are entire cultures that we don't have a ton of evidence about, but we know existed. We have to name different groups of people after like pottery.
primary sources, tax records, notes, archaeology, wine purchasing levels, and the price of grain, and all that.
Yeah, genuinely, maybe a lot of this is related to the fact that he just uses shit tier maps all the time. Yeah, and we have a lot of evidence about material transport because the large bureaucratic trade networks on the scale of like nation state economies do need to be tracked and written down. So we have some evidence of that. That doesn't mean all of the records survive. It just makes some of the anthropological work a little bit easier to do.
Kind of thing, that it's basically impossible to hide something big. Once you get outside that time frame to the ancient or non-Western world, sources can get very murky. Anyone who pretends to know what's really going on in prehistory, for example, is a charlatan.
I mean, I think when we look at what prehistory looked like, there's again anthropological evidence for that. You know, you make certain assumptions, you take a look and create new theories on like the social behavior of different groups, and like you based on the evidence that we can find.
However, the real place where people lie is context. Humans have to live our lives as a sort of story with clear direction, which was one of Jordan Peterson's best points in his best book by far, Maps of Meaning.
Oh, God.
That book is so incredibly good, possibly one of the most important of this century, and I
Holy shit, dog. Rudyard, I missed your text walls. Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson was such an important book for me, since what he does is look at psychology and neurology, which are some of the academic fields most susceptible to pseudoscience and propaganda. Through looking at scientific research on psychology, he matches it with the traditional religious views of the world, proving that humans need certain archetypes like good, higher, evil, left, or good, evil, higher, lower, or stuff like Mother Nature or Father Culture. You know, I hope you guys understand now the reason I associate Jordan Peterson and like people like What If Alt Hist with like this spiritual esotericism, that this Nazi esotericism, because as you can see from the very clear nonsense of the video we watched prior to this, which was a segment on spirit science and how they conceptualize the spiritual moon or whatever, it's the same type of thing that goes into like this latching on to Jordan Peterson, you know, regurgitating Jungian archetypes as a concept, and like all these conservatives are like, yes, that is a foundational truth about the world. That since neurologically our minds need to categorize the world in a functional mental map with a clear direction, this book convinced me of the importance of traditional religion, as well as showing me there are maps of consciousness that determine society and the world. And like, that's not, no. Also, we have a very clear breakdown of Rudyard's religious views, and they could never, ever be categorized as traditional religion.
I think a lot of people who get turned off by Peterson's
He literally claims to be a prophet.
Career as a pundit don't see that he's incredibly revolutionary and important in his given field, or the intersectionality of psychology, human nature, religion, and neurology.
He's literally not a great thinker in any of those categories. I like cue the Jubilee clip of somebody saying, "You're really nothing, aren't you?"
Thus, one story hides as much as it reveals by its own nature. You'll find there are stunning
weird the stories that conservatives tend to latch onto as like, yes, this is a true foundational tenet of human nature. Bitches be eating apples. And like, that's suddenly their entire worldview about women.
Historic lies, which occur through the purposeful deceptive use of contextual frames. You're only trained to operate inside your own frame, and thus the public can be legendarily gullible or naive.
Can we just, again, let's just taking a look here, like, map of religion in 1618 AD. Up here, absolutely nothing. It's just a beige hellscape. Down here, absolutely nothing. Okay, also just everyone believed in the color beige. And then you have Sunni, Dar al-Islam, the Shia, Hinduism, Lamaist. I'm unfamiliar with that particular branch. Buddhism, mix of Confucianism plus folk plus Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism, and then we got Orthodox Christendom, Protestants, Catholics. Cool.
Frame, and thus the public can be legendarily gullible or naive. You can see where people are irrational or using propaganda in which they are incapable of looking at both sides of the coin. All good things have negative elements and vice versa. When someone's
I don't necessarily think that's true. You know, I don't think anything good must necessitate a bad. Like, I don't know, sometimes someone can just love you. And, like, there's not really a downside to that.
says something is just unilaterally good without consequence, you know they're selling you something. For example, I loathe communism, but as I analyze communism, I try to explain why I think communism was so.
I'm probably missing I'm probably missing some things here. There are loads of tiny communist movements I can't keep track of. Inform me of some in the comments. Just a bunch of communist leaning. What even is this map? Like, what genuinely Russia is communist by choice? What does that mean? Does he genuinely think that Putin's Russia is communist? Does he generally think India, that's currently being ruled by like an authoritarian dictator type, is communist leaning? India? The capitalist hellscape of India? Okay.
Popular over history, operating out of the self-interest of communists. This is what I consistently found in reading histories of philosophy or world history, where there's a big shift in how they frame the world that occurs around the start of the 20th century or World War I.
I think the map is of the Cold War. I don't know about that. There's literally nothing to indicate that. It's just nonsense, even if you were to think it's about the Cold War.
I've spoken before about how the world wars brought about a cultural shift on the scale of the foundation of a new religion or civilization.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Rough map of modernist culture today. Uh-huh. This doesn't mean anything.
Cultural shift on the scale of the foundation of a new religion or civilization, which I call modern civilization, which I made one of my best videos about explaining. Once you hit the 20th century, you'll see historians who otherwise have the toughest minds in handling the past, passing judgment on the great men of history or entire civilizations.
Again, he only accepts history that uses great man theory. And thus he can only rely on sources written like in the 1800s, which is not great when that's when you're getting all of your historical information from, considering a lot has been discovered since then.
Suddenly suspend all seriousness. Changes after this point are just unilaterally good, with no read on the costs involved, something that's never happened before in history, according to their own book. In histories of philosophy, you see the jump from reading about complex figures like Plato, Nietzsche, or Spinoza to entries on the philosophy of mathematics or very specific hyper-autistic things completely unrelated to daily life, like whatever Heidegger did. You see histories that practically say that all of our human history was completely wrong, and we just gained enlightenment on our new perfection after.
I'm sorry. What I'm trying to pay attention to him, but this visual, this is how the normie views history. Rome, Christian Dark Age, anal sex discovered, John Lennon, Imagine, Richard Dawkins. This is not how normies think about history. Normies don't think about history. Like, they don't think about it. And certainly when you ask them, what are major milestones in history? What anal sex is discovered, I don't know, in the 1920s? I'm pretty sure the Romans knew a great deal about that. I'm just spitballing here. But anyway.
The world wars. After thousands of years of people fighting tooth and claw for meaning or glory, psych, everyone's equal now, that was all stupid. They should have just adopted agnostic liberalism, and then the Crusades, Renaissance, empires, and religions were all unnecessary. Maybe if Plato read John Rawls, he'd see why meaning was unnecessary, since we should just give the poor more money. Maybe George Washington.
What? We've already gone so far off the rails. We're 4.5 minutes in here. Yeah, what if I don't know, what if John Adams went back in time and sucked Diogenes' dick? Yeah, like, we could sit here and imagine hypotheticals all day. Like, why does this matter?
Would have been smart if he had an iPhone. The point I'm trying to make here is that there was a historic event which occurred at some point in the early 20th century in which the West completely suspended any concept of seriousness or reality around life. Any genuine...
What are you talking about? Yes, there was a specific event that occurred that has titanic amounts of meaning, but you can't pinpoint an actual time or date for the event. It's just, you know, it's like a vibe. A vibe happened. Come on.
Desire for anything or sense of soul was gone. This is...
Yeah, people famously don't want anything in the year 2025. Americans famous for being without need or want.
Rudyard's maps make a lot more sense when you understand Rudyard thinks communist equals bad, people against West equals bad, and non-white people equals bad. And his brain mixes them when he makes his maps.
That's true. That is basically how he cartographers the world. And yes, I use that as a verb.
Riverboat Jack, you have achieved 3% of science. Thanks for all your hard work. BWA.
This does feel, you know, sometimes, you know, you play like a 4X video game, you know, like a Stellaris type game, and you're going through your research tree, and you're like, dang, I'm only 10% of science right now, towards my next scientific goal. That's what it feels like going through a Rudyard video. It's just kind of like, oh damn, we are not even 10% through this what if alt hist video, and already we're talking about what if Plato read John Rawls for no reason. Like, okay, we're not even 10% of the way through this, and we're already just absolutely gone. We're so far away from our goal. And by the end we'll have something cool like ion thrusters. I missed the anal sex portion of the Stellaris tech tree. It's in the Synthetic Ascension pack. You have to find synthetic fertility.
It's an event that completely dominates every single...
That was a really deep cut if any of you actually play Stellaris.
element and moment of our lives today, but which is never discussed seriously. We are living in illusion about what the greatest shift of our age was. Welcome to what I call the blue pill era, the age of platitudes as religion, the age of Nietzsche's last man, the veritable age of plastic. When you look back over history, you see certain historians stuck in the worldview of their ideology. People don't have ideas.
Oh, the sentences he's saying. Oh, God. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm sorry. Can we run that sentence back?
Historians stuck in the
Sorry. I'm sorry.
age of plastic. When you look back over history, you see certain historians stuck in the worldview of their ideology.
When you look back across history, you find certain historians stuck in the worldview of their ideology. That's just having an ideology. Wow-wee. I genuinely wonder if he has AI write his videos at this point. It's so bad. Guy had a terrible graph with anal sex on it and just complaining about things not being discussed seriously. Ah, yes, but you have to understand, what if Alt Hist is a very serious man who discusses serious things seriously?
People don't have ideas, ideas have people, to pull from the Jungian tradition.
God. Conservatives, please, for the love of God, understand that Carl Jung is largely discredited in his field. Archetypes are just a fun narrative device.
Sex, Tier 8. Requires 125 science. Prerequisites. Oil refinery, shipmaking, pottery, rite of conquest.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
Great irony is that the story of the 20th century will be written centuries from now in an almost diametrically opposite narrative than today.
Man, that's crazy how you've somehow time traveled to the future and learned how they're going to narrativize this part of time in multiple centuries, because I guarantee you the way that people in the 1500s thought of themselves is very different compared to how we think about the people who lived in the 1500s, kind of like how that's just how time works. That's just how human society tends to be when you're reading about people who lived a long time ago. Oh my God. Oh boy.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
God.
We stopped being able to see the world honestly since we became conquered by a new religion, one whose dominant precept was that it was not a religion. The new elite brought about a tyranny greater than the Catholic Church, Rome, or China.
Oh,
the
boy.
West is now only waking up to its rapid domestication and the death of our soul. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not.
Oh, we're finally through the intro. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, you've heard of spirit science. Let's get some spirit history. Let's go.
The blue pill has...
Okay, just real quick. Why is the text aligned left? Like, I'm not mad. I'm just wondering, like, why do you make the decisions you do? Why is the text left aligned instead of centered? Perhaps revealing Rudyard's biases.
The blue pill has removed all traces of masculinity in society, but Black Forest is bringing it back with cocoa.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But what if Diogenes had time traveled to the Enlightenment to read Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Cinq Traités sur la sodomie?
The all masculinity in society is dead except for Rudyard's, apparently.
I'm reading a lit RPG right now, and their little skill tree world is closer to reality than however the FK Rudyard thinks society works.
God, you guys, you have to understand, this channel has 720,000 subscribers. This video has got over 300,000 views. He has actual sponsors. Real world companies give him money to sell their products.
Lava Knowles, the Bruce concept back has been done. These days, and fits hook bone gone. Part 1, the pills. It's kind of funny. I think that in the future, the red.
Jesus Christ. I think I'm going to read all of these as Jordan Peterson. For those that don't know, 4chan is a kind of crappy website that had no moderation and was anonymous. Dude, at least throw this through spell check. What the fuck? Thus, what happened is that in the 2000s and 2010s, 4chan became a hotbed of the development of the new rights culture. 4chan was a weird combination of horrifying degeneracy, with stuff like bizarre anime porn being a major cultural unifier with deviant troll behavior, like the whole episode with Shia LaBeouf. However, 4chan was also instrumental in the development of lots of taboo topics like sex, race, or rightism in general. 4chan and the Red Pill are different, but are inextricably linked. Culturally, since the virus, 4chan has gradually been losing its edge, with the new center of rightist innovation going over to Twitter. God. I love that he's just straight up acknowledging that the wretched hive of scum and villainy that is 4chan was like the major think tank behind the modern conservative movement. You know, the website that was famous for like harassing children into killing themselves and, you know, rape jokes.
Keys to masculinity. 1. Be blessed to control the spirits of Odin and Lou Ferrigno. 2. Cocoa prison grade whey protein. 3. Citing philosophers nobody gives a shit about. 4. Lots of WHITETEXT.
White text. Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin.
Pill culture of places like 4chan will end up being written in legitimate cultural or philosophic history books as influential. The reason I say that
is not the laugh of a man who's hinged. Just, if any of you ever need like a rule of thumb to kind of like figure out whether or not someone is someone you should associate with, that laugh is a red flag, okay? Like that was like some Dark Souls NPC that is going to eventually like go mad and try and kill you energy right there.
Charged one where they're ritual.
Oh god, I skipped ahead. We almost missed so much of the video.
The reason I say that is that leftism is clearly failing, and the only thing that can really fill the void is right.
Again, is leftism failing, or did the conservative movement win an election? Because there's a difference between those two things, I think.
Philosophy.
Yes, Anon, you can become a historic figure by schizo posting.
The further irony.
What the fuck is happening?
Failing, and the only thing that can really fill the void is rightist philosophy.
Yes. You should clip just the laugh. Okay, if somebody can get the Joker laugh, we'll add it to the soundboard.
Anon, you can become a historic figure by schizo posting.
The first.
I mean, he would know firsthand.
Further irony is that the older rightists or boomer cons demonstrate almost zero interest in the intellectual future of the right, agreeing with the left in general values or direction, just wanting a slower speed. Meanwhile, the next generation of right-wing thought is almost entirely based around internet schizos.
Yeah. And I'm at this point reminded that Rudyard and What If All Hist is like very much connected to like the Balaji Srinivasan like kind of techno-fascist movement. He's tried to align himself more and more with that.
I'd like to say that 4chan is to the 21st century what black culture was to the 20th.
Ew. Oh, that left such a bad taste in my neural pathways. Oh god. Yeah, a bunch of white supremacist Nazi teenagers posting at each other is that's as influential to okay. Or okay. Mental damage achieved.
In that most of the youth slang and culture today is originally from 4chan.
It's not. I think you're just hopelessly out of touch. 4chan is largely irrelevant now. Like, it was influential insofar as like in the rise of kind of like conservative posting culture around like 2016, kind of the Groypers, the Nick Fuentes, like white supremacist types. Like that, the influence of 4chan is basically gone now that all of the Nazis are just Nazi posting on Twitter.
Examples of words that are from that culture is Sigma, Riz, Beta, Pepe, Grog.
Riz is not from 4chan. Pepe isn't even from 4chan. Like,
Meme Lord, Schizopost, Edgelord, Based, Cringe, Chad, Alpha, Cuck, amongst others.
Again, I think society would basically look the same even without some of those.
Others. Older folks tend to not understand this, but the Red Pill was a seminal moment in the development of Gen Z, my age group especially. At this point, it's been nearly completely normalized among men my age, in that even leftist young men at least now faintly know about the Red Pill, even if they reject it. Funnily enough, the leftist managerial regime trying to suppress Andrew Tate possibly did more to
They're trying to suppress that rapist. How could you?
Legitimize it than he himself did. To backtrack a little, the Red Pill is a concept from The Matrix, a theme which I'll tease out more so over the course of this video, in that the fantasy setting The Matrix is set in is predicated upon the idea that there's this false but pleasant reality that people—
Oh god. Oh, okay, you know, this is the first time a conservative has hurt me in this way, where it's just so on the face wrong and so littered with illiteracy, and yet delivered with such like certainty in the correctness of the opinion being presented that it just hurts. It hurts my soul as somebody who has a degree in English literature. Like, oh man. Oh, you do not understand the Matrix, and I'm gonna suffer through this, aren't I?
Live in order to feel better about a fundamentally exploitive system. In the movies, humanity is being harvested by an evil AI centuries in the future, which forces us to live in the illusion of the late 20th century so that we can look away as it harvests our energy more easily. Certain people are capable of seeing the edges of the Matrix where they start to form a resistance. The question offered to those who are on the margins of the Matrix blue pill world is, do you take the red pill to learn the unpleasant truth and you can never go back? Or
yeah, the red pill is estrogen. At the time the Matrix was written, most estrogen pills were red.
Do you take the blue pill to continue to live in pleasant ignorance? The reality is that we do live in a sort of matrix today, which is something the authors could probably pick up intuitively, in that much of the purpose of art is to understand complex subconscious truths that can't be articulated in the first logically. Almost everything we believe about reality today is wrong. Just to go
I love this list. He shows it in almost every single one of his videos, and like it's just things all of the rest of history believe that we don't. And again, in order to even write this at the top of a list, you have to have already gotten so many things wrong. Like the idea that like our time is unique in that like all the rest of history agreed on all of these, it's just not true. Like in the slightest.
through a few. Equality is a lie with no evidence for it and lots against it. Genetics determines half of human nature at least. Humans are not naturally good, and we
yes, all of human history believed in genetics. Yeah. Okay.
aren't blank slates that can be arranged for any purpose. History isn't over, with liberal social democracy not being the end point of the human condition.
What about there just being a divine, just like throwing out there is a divine and spirit world? What?
God isn't dead. The disenchantment of the world isn't a real thing besides in our neurology.
Oh, good. It's the map that has has slurs on it. I forgot about this one.
Culture exists and really matters. Men and women aren't the same. Biological race is objectively real.
Also, again, this is not culture. Races of the world. Jesus Christ.
Men and women installed by the government since the early 70s. A majority of papers in psychology have never been checked for accuracy. The CIA, Soviets, and Europeans all have
the answer to did the CIA discover the spirit world is no.
Decades of research on the spirit world and psychics. I apologize if I gave some of you a panic attack by saying all that at once, but you'll probably have to toughen up to survive what's next.
I mean, yeah, you should also probably consider stop being a dipshit if you believe any of this shit. Like, I don't know. Like, if you're like nodding along with this guy, you should probably like sign up for some like I don't know, like free university courses or something.
To be clear, I am.
Yeah, CIA discovered Stargate in Iraq. We're on like that level of conspiratorial thinking.
I'm unclear on how much of the peripheral stuff for that is true, but the nature of science is to throw ideas out and test them, not to hide behind convention. I think it's beyond disgusting that we agreed to live in a false reality, and I think it's worse to continue to live the lie than to call it out. This is the great question of the blue pill, which can be used to differentiate its promoters versus detractors. Do they see the person calling out the comfortable illusions as a villain?
The evil laugh sound effect is in the Discord. I have to spend time getting getting the sound clips lined up, but that is excellent news, Gamer G. Thank you so much for the quick turnaround. Appreciate you. Do. See, gotta get that in there. Where soundboard? Excellent. What a freak. What a little weirdo.
Or a hero. One man's freedom fighter is another's terrorist. Is the blue-pilled man an upstanding member of society, or a thoughtless sheep participating in a death cult? The reason that the red pill was such a huge moment for younger guys is that everything that underlies the blue pill is a form of luxury belief or mate suppression, a theme which I'll talk about.
Mate suppression. I want to hear about how What If Alt Hist believes in mate suppression. You know, like it is genuinely crazy that some young men will like be rejected by like a woman, and then they're just gonna like form an entire personality around being upset about it.
Out at greater length in a future video. The thing is that these luxury beliefs were not that costly in the time of the baby boomers, given the society itself was so wealthy with such high social trust. However, as the average person slid into misery or poverty,
By nearly any conceivable metric, you would pick the average American. Wait. By nearly any conceivable metric you would pick, the average American is markedly worse off than their grandparents in the post-World War II period. Gen Z has 90% less purchasing power than the baby boomers had in their 20s. Income has stagnated while cost of living has skyrocketed. The average American has less children, gets married less, has less sex, weighs 40 pounds more, gets several hours less sleep, works significantly more hours a week, and has vastly worse mental health. Inequality has surged to the highest levels in American history while social mobility is at its lowest point. Things are not okay in America today. The average American lives in poverty with less than $500 total, with often no friends. But capitalism couldn't possibly be behind any of that, right? The reason that all of that is true is not because of wokeness, it's because of capitalism. Capitalism, the material reality, the funds that go towards different projects, where that all goes, it's a pyramid scheme. It funnels money to the top. That's why these industries like have like turn into monopolies over time. They try and acquire their competition and they funnel money to the top. And over time, fewer and fewer hands have hold more and more money. And like that's how the system works. That's why we have our Jeff Bezoses and our Elon Musks. It's because of that concentration of wealth. And like that wealth comes at the expense of the like ability to live. It comes at the expense of the working class, predominantly, you know, people just entering the workforce. Like that's what causes this. People are lonely because they don't have time, because they have to be involved in hustle culture in order to make ends meet. Like they can't have time for a family, have time to socialize. They don't have money. And that is a direct result of the consolidation of corporate power in America, which is something that capitalism does inevitably.
Statistically obvious trend I explained in this text wall, which is true in like 20 different ways, the cost of these lies grew greater and greater. In fact, past a certain threshold, I believe the elites maintain these lies as a way of keeping the population artificially weak and easy to control. The lies grew more costly and obnoxious as life got worse in order to disorient the public. As I will explain later in this video, this is even more true than I even state here. When you get younger than the baby boomers, the ruling class of the blue pill world, you see a growing degree of cynicism against the society and its structure itself. Gen X make up half of the business owners in America and are seen as an independent generation. The millennials are nihilistic, cynical, and doubting of everything. Gen Z is basically frothing at the mouth in every single limited cultural output they have. Our ruling class actively campaigns off the destruction of their own society that they're in charge of. It's clear.
Yeah, it's cannibalized for profit. Like when we talk about privatization, that is the ruling class selling off things that have traditionally been in the public interest, the public good, in order to further wring money out of working folks.
That the lies of our social code are tearing us apart, causing vastly more damage than any benefit they give. We've strangled ourselves on our own platitudes. Gen Z men bear the greatest cost out of any demographic from the lies of our age. I'm frankly shocked any Gen Z men feel the will to even pretend to care about what the system thinks. The thing is, they just haven't had the power or opportunity to buck the system yet, but the second that they get any authority, they'll do so. The irony is that Gen Z is hurt since the left is trying to target the established white elites, but since they're already established, they just end up hurting the young young men trying to get going in life. If you're looking at this from a mate suppression perspective, young men are the most evolutionarily fit demographic, and
Talking about?
so targeting them keeps established interests in power.
What are you
Almost every
talking
single
about?
element of life is affected by the lies of the blue pill. Thus, it goes very much to reason that this demographic has every reason to defect.
How do hundreds of thousands of people pay attention to this? This is nonsense. This is just as nonsense as the spirit science videos we've watched and covered and talked about at length. When we talk about how what if alt hist is like Nazi esotericism, this is what it looks like to apply like that type of belief system to the world in like a more material sense. Like it's just incoherent gibberish. Ultimately, by the way, that's why any like society built on this type of ideological framework inevitably collapses. Fascism is not generally self-sustaining because it is, built upon just a mountain of contradictions
Against the ruling ideology. Meanwhile, the older folks have more personal, emotional, and financial ties to the blue pill order. What happened here is that as Gen Z men and younger folks in general tried to get—
I'm Comrade Girl 2018. Let me allay your curiosity. He absolutely believes that Jewish people control the world. He is anti-Semitic as hell.
Going in a progressively more difficult world, one in which quality of life has collapsed, cost of living has skyrocketing, dating options diminished, screen addiction, mental health careening to hell, and an environment becoming progressively more inhospitable to human life. Gen Z and the young in general are forced to face enormous differences between the public narrative with their lived experience. I think it will turn out in the future that the current control on information that the mainstream media elite has today in the Western world—
Yeah, bear in mind the most watched news network in America is Fox News. Just as an FYI.
Will be equivalent to the Soviet Union before it fell. My friend Balaji likes to say that Marxism is to economics what wokeness is to biology. The thing—
That doesn't make any sense. Stop it. Say something coherent, please, for the love of God.
Is that our entire belief structure of wokeness is obviously wrong, which we know on a biological basis.
No, you don't. You have to make that argument. You're just saying random words that, like, honestly, it's like a conservative Mad Libs. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Wokeness violates our core biology.
Yeah, he's being very like it's like, oh yes, you can kind of read it in whatever kind of bigotry you want. Like if you're conservative and you're nodding along with this, you're like, yes, he's talking about trans people, or oh yes, he's talking about the gays. Yes, he's talking about, like insert X, Y, or Z. But like I also don't think he knows what he's talking about. And I think if he was asked in the moment to explain what he means, his explanation would be even more incoherent.
On a very profound level. The thing we're most biologically wired towards on a basic human level, so much so that their removal destroys us, are sex and its innate duality, competition, hierarchy.
Sex isn't innately dualistic. Like again, it's so painful because he just keeps stringing words together, but it means nothing.
Struggle, tribe, child rearing, religion, land, and everything else wokeness tries to remove or change.
Yeah, wokeness tried to take my land. I can still remember the night the woke came to my house and took the land from me. Instead, I had to sleep on a void that night. It was horrible. Just horrible. They came with their blue hair and their lesbianism.
Wokeness is a shit test by the depersonalized bureaucratic system as a form of loyalty test. If you believe things that you blatantly know are wrong in your blood on a biological level, like that men and
Oh, yeah, by the way, when he says something very weird and out of pocket, like something you know is wrong in your blood on a biological level, just so you know, guys. Oh man, I look so cozy and comfy and tired as fuck. My makeup is bad. Oof. Oof. It's fine. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. If I do look tired, I should be forgiven on those grounds. That being said, this is a man who believes in divine bloodlines that, like, because his, like, some of the people in his family are cops. He has like a divine bloodline dedicated to justice. He's talked about this at length in other videos he's put out there. So when he talks about knowing something in your blood, he does mean that in a literal sense. Like, he does mean that, like, you can know things based on what is in your blood. And yeah, it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. And that nonsense is mixed with eugenics.
women are the same, or that good and evil doesn't exist, we will promote you inside the system. Bureaucracies work by mob psychology due to the absence of responsibility or leadership.
That's actually not how bureaucracy functions at all. And in fact, part of what makes bureaucracy function is, in fact, individualized responsibility within the hierarchy. And that does require leadership at various levels.
And thus, as always, mobs enact very low-trust exploitive strategies. Thus, the system is demanding complete loyalty as a sort of power game against the population. For women, the main demographic the regime serves, it has become their husband, and they forsake their own children for.
The state has become the de facto husband to many women today since... yeah, ladies, who can relate to coming home after a long day of work and the state just wants to plow you, just wants to really go to town. It pours you some nice red wine. You watch some you watch some Housewives of LA County together, and you talk about what Deborah did and how she's such a mean-spirited person, but her fashion is to die for. And then you sip that wine, and suddenly you're looking across the couch at the state, and you're like, "Hey, baby, I want you to take the state of my union." And then you go into the bedroom and you make sweet, sweet love. And then you have a half human, half state baby 9 months later. Who can relate, ladies?
Or at. The Blue Pill Order is fundamentally a boomer regime, in that the Blue Pill came in roughly around a little bit after World War II. And
what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Now it's falling apart as the boomers age out. And the reason that the boomer
studies plus ancient wisdom saw shows the convergence between 21st century science. Yeah, by the way, in case you're wondering what this is like his field that he made up. It's just called studies plus ancient wisdom. That's the field he claims to be an expert in. Just in case you wanted this to get more full of dipshittery.
Can't break with the regime is they know all of this subconsciously, since from Saw, or a term I invented for studies in ancient wisdom, humans innately understand hierarchy and power relations on a deep biological basis. The boomer derives enough benefit from the system, and the system has broken all of their other psychological stabilizers, whether religion, masculinity, community, family, ethnicity, amongst others. Thus, they have become completely dependent on the system. This is why the normie doesn't rebel, even though it's so obvious this is an evil and twisted system, since the system has removed every other psychological stabilizer and destroyed every attempt at independence already. the normie, by rejecting the system,
his words are becoming gibberish to me. I mean, ultimately, I think we are maybe at the peak of this just be. I think this is just what it's gonna be. I would love if we could skip ahead. I do think there's gonna be like some dating advice coming up. It looks like in the preview. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on Zoran Mamdani in here. Jesus Christ. I don't know that we can. We're not even at part 2, the rise of the blue pill yet. Jesus. God, more shit tier maps. Oh look, there's Bernie Sanders in there. Yeah. World Economic Forum. Okay, cool. Holy shit. I don't know that I can make it through this, guys. I don't know that I can make it through it.
Rejects their god. As Balaji...
Well, I'm going to stick around and hope that the dating advice section is funny, and if it's not, we're going to be done with this, because what if all his genuine bit of advice. If you are right, I assume you're scripting these out, okay? Edit them down so that you can actually communicate your points without actually doing what you're doing, which is just verbal diarrhea. It sounds like what you're doing is taking voice notes and just like stream of consciousnessing the voice notes down, and then you go through that and you find like different paragraphs where you're like, well, I don't want to say that out loud, we're just going to throw it up as text on screen. But that's like the entirety of the video, and like I don't think that's actually the same as coming up with a coherent argument. You know, there's a part of me that would love to engage with like a coherent argument from this incoherent individual, but you know, what can you do?
The only divine bloodlines anyone should believe in.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Is it? Oh, fuck yeah. God, that's such a vibe. That's such a good vibe. I would if only the rest of the video is just us listening to Blood Relations of Heaven and Earth from Rondo of Blood. Also, Konami's Castlevania art always goes so goddamn hard. It's so good.
Likes to say the 19th century was a society in which God mediated the social structure. In the 20th century, where the state did.
A network-based religion will probably be a return to the religious views that most of the pre-industrial world had, that God is in a relationship with the world in which consciousness itself is the anima mundi, or the mind of God. And like, that's just not accurate. The pre-industrial world didn't have a unified religious belief, let alone in like consciousness and anima mundi, like that. No. Also, assuming that a religion empowered by the internet and technology will be a return to some tradition, that's just absolute nonsense. Stop it. Make a coherent argument or statement for one sentence. Effectively, that creation is a sort of... Sorry. Effectively, that creation is a sort of reflection of the mind of God, in the same way the 19th century viewed God as social rules, since those were the foundations of their society, and the 20th century imagined the state as their God through socialist progressivism. The 21st century will probably conceive God or religion like an interconnected web which produces mind organically from it, or how an internet-based society would perceive religion. Like, again, this is just nonsense. This is disconnected from anything about anything. Even if you tried to assemble this into a coherent thought and like in the most charitable way you can possibly interpret this is bullshit. The foundations of this are rotten. It doesn't hold up. Yeah, like literally every single premise he puts forward is too flawed to like even wobble on its legs.
Where effectively we worshipped the state as a god, and the 21st century will be one in which the network is the dominant social organizing principle, and that's probably going to be reflected in our concept of God and religion. What we're seeing now is the painful and complex shift from a state-based social structure to a network one. Meanwhile,
this is just regurgitated fascist bullshit from Balaji Srinivasan and like Curtis Yarvin. Like those two men are just very clearly where Rudyard is taking this new inspiration from.
For the mostly younger guys, the system offers us literally no reason for cooperation. The system openly spits on us.
Yeah, you have no reason to cooperate with others. It's not like by cooperating with others and organizing, one can form an effective resistance that in turn allows one to negotiate for better wages, conditions, or even better social and society-wide conditions. Organize and fight. Let's go.
Refusing to offer us literally anything, or even the basics like work, mate, and meaning that all societies look for. Thus, what's happened is that this demographic looks for any other answer to the realization that their entire—
Yeah, by cooperating with others, you could perchance make a friend or multiple friends, a group or co-op of friends that get together and do activities. Maybe even make things or art or, you know, practice skills that you enjoy together and, you know, make something collectively. It's, you know, maybe the future is in fact in collective action and not wallowing in misery.
worldview is a lie, and their society is actively built off hurting them. Only a few are strong enough for these truths, but the rest will gradually have to learn them as people realize how desperate the situation is. The lies of the regime are most obnoxious and obvious in dating. The regime—
The leftist woke regime in the dating world. All right. Lay it on me. I am ready. I want to know more about the totalitarianness of that lady not wanting to sleep with me. Let's go. Being rejected to go on dates, that's authoritarianism. That's the real authoritarianism. Let's go.
Would firstly have us believe that there are no deep divisions at all between men and—
definitely not a huge self-report.
Women, unless women are better at them, which is so obviously a lie, it's insane we ever accepted it. Secondly, that women sexually reward docility and kindness, which women openly—
Guys, one of the sexiest possible things to do is show kindness and consideration, especially to someone that you want to have a relationship with. Like, if somebody is genuinely into you, being kind is good. It's what is going to make them interested in you and also, like, want to have sex with you. You know, like, generally people don't see, like, assholes and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I love the way you disrespected that waitress. Let's go have sex." Like, that's not how women are wired. I'm sorry, you know? Like, oh man, I really liked how you kicked that homeless person. Let's smooch about it. Like, come on. In the real world, being kind, especially in a world where kindness is rare, like that actually is very attractive. You know?
say they don't all the time. It's obviously true.
Yeah, also kindness is active. It's not at all the same as being docile.
Women are not as disposed as men to leadership or high intensity positions, or that women aren't purely kind or compassionate creatures, since they constantly engage in high school socially damaging relational warfare.
Yeah, because men never gossip, shame, or rally. This is the result of like Michael Knowles, when Michael Knowles is like, men and women are fundamentally different creatures. This is kind of the end result in like the fascist mindset of just like, yes, men and women are inherently different, and therefore let's talk about how women suck and need to be subjugated.
Literally talking to women will dispel most of the myths of our society. And if you listen to female music...
Oh, female music. Rudyard, can you identify the genitalia of the music? All female Gen Z music goes, I'm depressed, I hate myself, I'm depressed, I hate myself, I have terrible taste in men, I can't control my own actions. I make emotional decisions that ruin my life. I'm only attracted to sociopaths. This is the music all women want.
I've been genuinely kind and mega outgoing. Haven't had a date since 2009. Maybe one day.
Sake Tanuki, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, but also like, you know, just going and hanging out with people, the worst thing that happens is you make a new friend. Like, that's also like, friends are also great. I believe in nothing. I'm addicted to drama. This is a female Gen Z song. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. It's funny when women will constantly talk about the evils of patriarchy, and then if you hear them talk about their daily lives, it will become clear why the patriarchy existed. Most Gen Z female music is a cry for help that's never heeded. Has Rudyard never listened to like Gen Z male music? Because I don't know, the more masculine tunes also have like a very similar set of messages, and one could argue that like whenever you listen to a lot of men talk, it's clear that they need the guidance of a strong matriarchal figure. You notice how like, again, you can just like invert everything he's saying and it would be like you could just say that about women. Like, you could just say that women actually deserve to rule men using the exact same argument formulation. Because there's no actual argument here. It's again, just saying shit.
They'll openly talk about all their faults. The thing as well, and I can't overemphasize the importance of this on youth culture, is that women are attracted to power and aggression for its own sake. The reason she likes bad boys is that women are attracted to disturbances more so than goodness. They would rather feel pain than boredom, which is obvious if you hear women's sexual or literary fantasies. When you look at Gen Alpha slang...
Wait, but there's a difference between a fantasy and a real flesh and blood human being. You know, there are these are two very different things. These are two very different things. Like, I just... the comparison that like, yes, read what their fantasies are, and they talk about they talk about how they want bad boys who are really mean to them and treat them like shit. It's just like, no, actually. It's all stuff related to how sex exists at a cross-section of power and dominance. I love that as evidence he's showing a goddamn 4chan meme. Holy fuck.
Not morality. That includes slang terms like alpha, chad, beta, cuck, sigma.
Yeah, you already listed those earlier. Why are you doing it again? What's wrong with you?
I find you strangely attractive. Of course you do. Druish princesses are often attracted to money and power, and I have both. And you know it. Oh, leave me alone. No, kiss me. No, no, yes, no, no, yes.
that is basically what's happening here.
Rizzler, amongst others. The obvious endpoint, if this keeps going, and it will, is going to be an amoral society with no clear moral standards and constant violence. This is part of the reason why I think the world is...
Yeah. If women are allowed to have agency, it will lead to chaos and moral degeneracy. Okay. All right.
On the verge of a major wars and social collapses is that the men hate the system and realize that if they tear the system down, women will find them attractive. I can't believe so few others are capable of seeing...
Well, wait, I don't think that it's that they hate the system and they think, yes, if I tear down the system, women will like me. I think it's just they hate the system, so they want to tear down the system. That's... I don't think how women will think about their biceps really like plays into that.
The further endpoint beyond this is that you can't put sex as the dominant organizing principle of your society, since it will always end in this, which is
what are you talking about? Like, sex is the dominant organizing principle? You're the one who's arguing for patriarchy. That's you.
Why major world religions created social protections around sex or had engaged marriages picked by the parents. This is a whole different topic that would take an entire other video.
Oh boy. Okay. Our society is simultaneously squeamish, obsessed, and terrified of sex in the most immature way possible, since we're constantly using sex as a motivational tool.
Putting money down. He is going to talk about the rat dystopia at Min Laboratories.
He fucking loves talking about rat utopia. He loves talking about it. He talks about it like every video. I guarantee you, you give him like 10 more minutes, it's going to come up. Without being honest about it, the society is driven off sexualization in the art or culture, with the assumption being that sex is the reward for a successful life. However, the society is completely incapable. I mean, I guess this is all true if you have no riz, if you're incapable of actually having charisma. However, the society is completely incapable of talking about the realities of sex in a mature way, like what both sexes want or need out of it independently. At the same time, we have a profound squeamishness about sex that most historic societies don't. Keep in mind, nudity in art was normal for most Western history, and they didn't have privacy.
To explain, but our society is strangely squeamish, terrified, and obsessed with sex.
Sorry, did I say profound? I meant profound.
In the least productive way possible at the same time. Obviously, the entry point for the red pill, or the realization that the entire society is a lie, for most young men is dating. I can personally relate to this, since this was...
I bet you can.
A journey I went through myself. When I was growing up, I was told if I wanted to be successful with women, I should just be nice. Keep in mind as well that I was born in 2001, so when I was...
okay, wait a minute. Just as an FYI, it depends on what your definition of success is. If you mean, if by success you mean you can sleep with a woman, then you just need to be direct and bold and like ask them out. Ask them if they would like to go home with you. And, you know, you have to like actually know how to do that charismatically. And that just takes practice. But if you're talking about having an actual relationship, building something together with someone, then yes, you have to be kind. You have to be nice. You have to be considerate. That's like that's necessary for like having a long-term relationship with someone. You have to actually like the person that you're interested in. It's not It's not deep.
Teenager growing up, the whole Me Too stuff of guys shouldn't ask out girls or glance at them.
That's not what Me Too was about. Me Too was about airing the dirty laundry of Hollywood. You know, talking about sexual assault. You can, I don't know, if you're saying you can't ask anyone out because how you would normally ask them out is sexual assault, that says a lot more about you.
That was the social mainstream. So for people my age, that was our normal, where we had to go back in time to realize how insane that is. And that advice that they gave, just being kind and nice, that just failed, and it's completely terrible advice.
I think that maybe that failed for you, but I don't think that's a failure of kindness in your case. I've listened to the things you say and how you talk about human beings, and I've seen your racist maps. So I think maybe you got some other problems going on, and that maybe being kind and nice isn't going to cut it if you have those other issues. He's only 24 years old, so maybe it's just he hasn't met the right person yet. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like, I waited a long time to find someone that I love with all my heart, and I am with that person because we're kind to each other and we love each other, you know?
But there wasn't really good advice I could find online as a teenager either. The initial red pill culture was really stupid, with stuff like peacocking or dressing in strange fashion on purpose or negging.
Wait, dressing in strange fashion on purpose is always part of getting attention and catching people's eyes if you are going out intending to try and hook up. Because looking distinct in a crowd makes you more desirable.
He has definitely met many right persons. He needs to meet left persons.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. The issue with most of the early red pill is that it, like business or stock market shortcuts, it worked on cheap tricks which are not replicable across context. What that means is that something like negging or being mean on purpose or peacocking or dressing ridiculously to stand out might work for certain individuals in certain contexts. But stripped from that, it's like saying everyone should drop ship vitamins or go into enterprise sales. The reality is that much like the rest of your life, your dating is highly context dependent. Yeah, almost like we live in a society, and your social context is going to be very different depending on where you are, you know, how you look, how you present yourself, how you behave. Like, yeah, it's going to be real context dependent, like everything in society is. Your own strength as an individual, context, and personality determine how you date. Also, women aren't stupid and realize cheap tricks like this pretty fast.
Mean to women on purpose, both of which work instrumentally in different contexts, but are terrible underlying principles to operate on.
Yeah, also, I don't know, maybe I'm a little autistic for this. But like, I don't think you should be mean on purpose to anyone ever, unless you are intending to antagonize or belittle them intentionally. Like, I don't know, if it's not your intention, if you like, don't be mean to somebody. What is he talking about? He's just yapping. Genuinely, I'm getting so tired, and I want this to be done so badly.
I didn't actually believe that fully, since it didn't actually seem like these guys genuinely understood female psychology. However,
the ultimate female understander has logged on, of course.
Every field starts out kind of stupid and amateur, and much like other breakthroughs, the red pill morphed into an entire culture.
Oh my god, is he trying to say like pickup artistry is a breakthrough? Oh my god. Oh my
The
god.
thing that really helped me was dropping out of college, where I moved to Mexico for 6 months with a bunch of frat bros.
Where he did a lot of ayahuasca. Yes, we're familiar with that, and then you believed that you were an emissary sent from the spirit world. Yeah. You know, just
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
The first few years of my adult life were mostly spent with fuckboys, so I have a pretty good idea of who they are and what their people's culture is.
Man, I went to the club like over 50 times in those few years. It was completely not worthwhile, but I'm glad I did it as a way to figure out what I didn't want to do. This is what being young is about. Andrew Tate is symbolic for this, in which he was catapulted to universal popularity and fame, I think in summer of 2022. He's symbolic of a certain cultural phase, which a lot of young men, myself, were included in, that being self-improvement. This is when the red pill went from its organic development online into the young male mainstream.
except, what's really interesting about the red pill is that it's not at all about self-improvement. Because ultimately what it is blaming women for being bitches and too woke. It actually abdicates the responsibility to improve oneself. Like it's just seeking out excuses for why you're already perfect, sweaty. You don't need to do more. You don't need to improve yourself, because really the problem isn't you. The problem is what all of those dumb bitches are doing. And like that is why so many men fall for red pill content, because it offers that easy answer. It offers that easy, like, self-soothing ideology. And it is not dedicated at all to self-improvement outside of a thin veneer of like going to the gym. But many of the people who adhere to red pill content don't go to the gym to self-improve. They go to the gym because they hate themselves. And like they ultimately want to cultivate a body that impresses their social circle of men who also hate themselves. And it doesn't address the underlying issue of that self-hatred. Jackie, yes.
I went through an Andrew Tate phase for about a year, and then I grew out of it. Partly it's that more stuff came out about his backstory that seemed genuinely suspicious.
Like what?
And also another part is that my fuckboy friends were normally...
You're what? You're what now?
Completely. And also another part is that my fuckboy friends were
Okay. Yeah. Your fuck boyfriends.
Normally completely dissatisfied with their lives, while the entire goal of that culture is to get laid and rich as much as possible. On top of this, I went through a calculation I think a lot of young men in the self-improvement space went through of, is this actually what I want to do with my free time? Where when I was part of that...
I like, just as an FYI, self-improvement doesn't mean you have to go to the club. Just as an just for your information.
Space. There were lots of people doing things because they thought it would be fun, and I saw
I need to know what a fuckboy is. It's a boy who wants to fuck and behaves in such a way where it's like they try and like get in the pants of any woman they're interested in. That's a fuckboy.
Very few people actually enjoy themselves. And I think hedonism's overrated unless it's with people you genuinely care about. And I don't understand when people go to the club with complete strangers and then get blackout in an environment that means nothing. Don't do things you think other people want to do. Do things you want to do, because...
Yeah, but some people want to go to the club and like get their ass touched and like dance with a boy. Like that's something people want to do.
When you add everything up, you'll realize you'll get practically nothing from following the group consensus. They don't care about you. Their group doesn't offer you any benefits.
I love that his idea here is that he didn't like the club, and therefore everyone else must be faking liking the club.
So do the path you want to do. The self-improvement phase was the best thing young guys could do, but by its own nature, these young men self-improved out of self-improvement. That, or they just gave up and fell into nihilism. Most went into the...
I still have this unsettling feeling that all this bullshit is just made up. He is making up all of this bullshit. All of this is just like nonsense. I cannot stress enough. This is all made up bullshit. This is like the conspiracy singularity that's all conservatism like gets sucked into. This is what conspiratorial thinking brings you to. The point of essentially reaching rock bottom Nazi esotericism, where nothing is real, and that's kind of the point. Because if nothing's real, you can be convinced to do anything.
Latter direction, well, fewer chose to go into deeper things like religion, politics, family, or glory. Frankly, I'm just too white for most of the red pill culture today.
I want to be done so bad, but I also need to know where he's going with this. I want to be done so badly, but then he throws something like that out there. You look like a bitch.
And I have no interest in hanging out at Miami clubs. I'd rather try to emulate the great men of Western history instead to attain glory, wisdom, and power. One of the things I consistently...
Okay, so you're gonna die of syphilis in like 2 years? I guess. Like, what the fuck?
Find with the red pill is a complete inability to look at the external context of the world, where red pill culture has this attitude: if you're not rich and you don't constantly get...
Why? That audio shift was so weird. Why?
Laid, and you're not a complete Chad, it's your fault because you're weak.
There's this implicit assumption that if you try hard enough, you can attain whatever you want. And that's not how reality works. Reality feeds you plot lines, many of them are brutal, and you do the best you can in a difficult context. And I wish we'd have more empathy for how much people struggle today, because...
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Except that literally all of your content is dedicated to like hating people different from you.
Around us are the lives of millions of Americans living quiet lives of desperation, and we don't care at all. We just kick the poor and downtrodden and tell them to work harder. And I just don't like this culture where the red pill is innately judgmental, and it does so, and the red pill has some positives, but it's got negatives as well, where it judges people.
You could have edited that out. This is a scripted video. Why'd you leave that in?
For unrealistic understandings of success, there's very little legitimate self-awareness and what happens when these guys fail, because they're in a fundamentally incredibly difficult era of history. And
oh man, I can't take you talking about other people lacking awareness. God.
Which almost everyone in their demographic will fail, they can't admit powerlessness, and so they're stuck in these cycles of self-loathing, and people are too immature to realize this is an ecosystem level issue, so they just constantly blame others for not reaching impossible standards of success. In general, young men today are divided between those who put their energies into politics to change the situation, those who try to self-improve their way out of it, and those who fall to nihilism.
And also the hundreds of thousands or millions of people that don't fall into any one of these three categories, because these are far from the only three things men these days can do. Like, God damn it. God damn it. I feel stupider by the minute. I'm calling the shot now. We're going to go for another 2 minutes in this video. If it hooks us back in, we'll keep going, but like damn, this is stupid.
And what each of these all do is they don't accept powerlessness. This is an innately difficult situation where if they fail, it's not their fault. They all try to avoid the harsh reality this is not a good situation. I find both camps of the nihilists and the red pill bros distasteful. Firstly, no mature person turns their entire life into sex. Past your 20s, it's just cringe and low class. The guys who are enormous players tend to actually get bored of sex and do other stuff in their life.
I'm sorry. Is this a picture of Benjamin Franklin? Are you throwing a picture of Benjamin Franklin on screen? One of the most prolific sex havers? Like one of the biggest players in history? Dude was having sex with prostitutes like every day.
Also, assessing all masculinity by looking good or money and getting sex is incorrect, since I refuse to define masculinity in terms of what women want. When you let women define masculinity, they do so in their own interests, not yours. Masculinity is the ability to crush your enemies and take what you want.
Why won't the women like me when I tell them that that's what my masculinity is? I don't understand. When I look them in the eye and I tell them that my version of being a man is crushing my enemies and taking whatever I want, they seem to look at me like I'm a walking red flag. Why is that? I don't understand. I better read more Jordan Peterson in order to make sense of it all.
Secondly, nihilism is just boring and lame. I get you people hate life, but can't you not bother me about it? I'm still trying to survive and win here. The nihilists try to tear the whole world down out of envy and resentment. This is why I try to avoid the internet these days, since good books and company are—
God, I fucking wish that were true, Rudyard. I fucking wish that were true.
A far better sampling of the human race. So much red pill culture is just completely stupid and artificial stuff, whereas a content creator, I look at creators like Vitalik, and I can see that this is completely artificial and designed. Same thing as Hamza, same thing as a lot of the bigger channels, although there is a lot of really smart red pill, where there's a group of red pill people who are just stunningly intelligent. And
is there? I would love for you to name some names so that I can check out some of their high-level ideas.
Look at stuff like statistical patterns or evolutionary psychology. My friend Homath has a great channel, but
I'm sorry. Your intellectual heavyweight in this category is a user named Homath. I'm at a loss. Is Homath one of his fuck boyfriends? Oh my god, this looks like cancer. I'm so tired. Okay, just taking a look at this channel real quick. This looks awful. Did you notice bird hands? Sword pilled? I'm losing faith in humanity as I read these titles and look at the thumbnails. This basically just looks like let's react to random TikToks and call women stupid. That's the vibe I get from this channel. Cool. I'll check it out off stream sometime.
So much of red pill culture is just shaming other men for not being shallow. And it all boils down to a handful of different metrics, whether being jacked, making money, having a lot of hot girls on Instagram, caring about Instagram. And that just simplifies the world to a very stupid level. How
You know, I think we can just end on that. Yes, simplifying the world to a very stupid level is indeed what is happening here, just not in the way that Rudyard might expect. I physically cannot do more of this, or I will start vomiting blood. Oh god. Oh god. So that's how What If Alt Hist is doing these days. In case any of you were wondering, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. I was supposed to say that at the beginning of the segment, and I hope you enjoyed it because I didn't, and I'm frankly just glad that I'm pulling the ripcord for us to escape without spending another like 2 hours, 3 hours trying to get through this. Yes, these are the right's Renaissance men, truly their greatest thinkers, who will shape the shape the discourse of our time alongside other luminaries like Cat Turd. Oh my god. Thanks for this. I enjoyed myself. My pleasure. Always happy to provide some laughs, but like god damn. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes I forget how like utterly awful and devoid of merit What If Alt His content is, and then we experience it together. But hey, be on the lookout in your life because you never know when you might meet your next fuck boyfriend. You know, and I think that you should know a good thing when you see it. All right. If you look around, you see a fuck boy biting his lip while looking at you. Guess what? You might have just met your new fuck boyfriend. I'm so exhausted. Oh, fuck. I've been going nonstop the last day or two. And I have to be done. I have to be done. I've hit my limit. Could you give us an update on the Cirrus collab? Is it already scheduled? Also, when Mindhorse? I don't know when Mindhorse. Cirrus collab will be sometime next week. We'll get a time and stuff marked down. But like with most things on the stream, it's a little loosey goosey. That was probably his worst video, and it's a very low bar. I don't know. I think the videos talking about his cosmology are maybe his low point, but oh my god. Yeah, Banana Brains, the amount of planning I do is on a day-to-day basis generally. The collabs, scheduling things is hard. When is your move and time off again? I don't know when my time off is going to be, but it will likely be like the last week of this month or the very first week of August. And yeah. Incredible stuff. All right, folks. I am gonna go like try and detox my mind from dealing with What If Alt Hist. We'll try to do Morbies during the time off for chat. Hell yeah, Gamer G, thank you. Heading out? Yes, I am heading out. Good night, everybody. See you all tomorrow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a tie.
are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of